The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat, dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di Rumah Belajar YCAB Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nursiah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari, itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa, agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Keren juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, studi dokter di Fakultas Teknik UKI, kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
Bapak Dr. Daniswara Kaharyono, SH, MH, MBA, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Bapak Diki Antonius, ST, MSc, distinguished speakers, lecturers and students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to Campus of Love Universitas Kristen Indonesia. It is such a special moment and joy for us to welcome you to the second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering with the theme Smart and Sustainable Living Environment Towards Industry 5.0. Let's give a big round of applause for this international conference. This international conference is organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia in collaboration with the Indonesian Civil Engineers Society of North America, or ICESNA, and in cooperation with PT Urban, PT New Model International, PT Interclean, PT Gatensi Indonesia, PT Ganasakti Indonesia, BNI or Bank Negara Indonesia, CV Turba, and many more. And it is also covered by TVRI, ASRI Indonesia, and Media Indonesia. And it is also broadcasted live on YouTube channel at official Fakultas Teknik Universitas Kristen Indonesia. The second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering will take place for 2 days, starting from today, November 23rd, to tomorrow, November 24th, with speakers and members of the conference coming from all around the world. My name is Herto Bastian Abul, and I am your Master of Ceremony for this conference. May I also remind you always to follow the health protocol, to keep your microphone muted during the speaker's presentations, to switch your communication devices to silent mode, and to follow this conference with full of attention. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with opening prayer led by Mrs. Grace Putri Dianti.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the webinar, we will be held today and tomorrow. Let's raise our praise to God. I will pray in a Christian way for those who have different beliefs. You can pray according to your beliefs. Let's pray. God, we worship in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. We are very grateful for your faithfulness and inclusion to this day, so that we can gather in a hybrid way to carry out the second ICoSAE webinar. May you bless every technique so that it can run smoothly from the beginning, middle, and end. Lord, may your protection be upon us, both of us who are on site and for every participant who attend online. Everything that we can do today, we surrender into your loving hands. May it be our offering and service to you. In the name of the Lord Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen at the studio, please rise for National Anthem and March of Universitas Kristen Indonesia.
Kebangsaan Universitas kita, pelambang ilmu dan budaya bangsa, turut membina pendidikan kita, bergerak maju membangun alam semesta, bekerja penuh kasih dan bakti, melayani bukan dilayani, abdi nusa dan bangsa. Universitas Kristen Indonesia, universitas kita, pelambang ilmu dan budaya bangsa, turut membina pendidikan kita, dan kami mahasiswa-mahasiswinya bersama mengejar ilmu dan cita-cita, mengabdi membina nusa negeri kita yang jaya.
Thank you, please be seated.
Welcoming speech by the chairman of the committee of the Second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering by Mrs. Chandra Kristianti Purnomo, STMT.
Praise to God for His blessing. We are able to hold second ICoSAE International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering. Webinar International Conference Series, which this year raised the theme, Smart Living in Sustainable Architecture and Engineering Technologies Toward Industry 5.0. This webinar is a form of our commitment as academic community from the Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia to implement the vision, mission, and motto Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia, who committed to the sustainable environment to the international level. This year we have 62 papers, which still in the process of revision. We hope all the papers will be published in Scopus Index proceedings. The conference is well received by various national and international academics. The participants are researchers from 21 universities, originate from 7 countries, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Mexico, USA, and Qatar. This activity was held thanks to the support of various parties. For this reason, we would like to thank the plenary speakers, keynote speakers, Rector Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Director of Postgraduate Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Head of Study Program of Electrical Engineering, Mechanical Engineering, Architecture, and also Civil Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia. And also our sponsors, which are PT Interclean, PT Urban, PT New Model International, PT Gatensi Indonesia, PT Gana Sakti Indonesia, Bank Negara Indonesia, CV Turba, and so many alumni. And we like to express our gratitude to our media partner, which are Asrinesia, Media Indonesia, and TVRI. And our collaboration with Indonesian Civil Engineering Society of North America, or ICISNA, and of course, all the partner universities, all committees, and all participants who contribute their thought. Hopefully what we do bring benefit to the community and blessed by God. We apologize if there are some mistakes and flaws in this event. Constructive suggestion and criticism from stakeholders are expected to improve the quality of implementation in the future. Have a good webinar. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dean of Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Mr. Diki Antonius, ST, MSc.
Honorable Rector Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Honorable Vice Dean, the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Honorable all keynote speakers, Honorable all invited speakers, Honorable all audience that attend this seminar, and also Honorable sponsor, greeting, peace be with you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As one of Christian University in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta, Faculty of Engineering is proud to see the second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering is succeeded to be held in Universitas Kristen Indonesia in Jakarta. As university, it is our duty to hold the international conference like this, where researchers, students, and industry may be gathered and discuss. Furthermore, it is also our duty as Faculty of Engineering to discuss the current technology research, especially where Industry 5.0 are introduced. When we talk about 5.0 industry, we will majorly talk about smart system. However, as the one who own and create the smart system, we also have to think how we become smarter. Therefore, we hope this conference will act as the mediator to exchange the idea between researcher, students, industry, and government. With this conference, we hope the synchronizations between the outcome of the university, industrial needs, and government regulation will be met. With this synchronization, we hope we will make our environments and our surrounding citizens enjoy the benefit. The focus of this conference will mostly highlight the civil, electrical, mechanical engineering, and architecture design, without denying the other related disciplines regarding the Industry 5.0. We also want to thank you, the nation that participate in this conference, either as audience, invited speakers, or keynote speakers such as Philippines, USA, Malaysia, Taiwan, and many other nations. We hope we will see more nations will join our next conference and therefore produce more research ideas. We also thank you for many industry and sponsors that contributed this conference. Lastly, we hope this conference will continually be held, and we hope we will see you again in the next season of this international conference. As human, we apologize for the imperfectness you may see and feel in this conference. Hopefully you enjoy the beginning to the end of this conference that we already prepared. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, remarks from Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia that will be delivered by Vice Rector of Academic Affairs and Innovation, Dr. Hulman Panjaitan, SH.MH.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. Greetings to all of us. The Honorable Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing of the Republik Indonesia, Insinyur M. Basuki Hadi Mulyono, MSc, PhD, and Minister of Energy and Mineral of Resources of Republik Indonesia, Insinyur Arifin Tasik, and Professor Dr. Insinyur Johannes Widodo, M.Arch Engineering from National University Singapore, Prof. Peter Manurung from Mechanical Engineering University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Prof. Dr. Insinyur Hamam Rija MSc from Executive Professional Engineer Research Center for Artificial Intelligence and Cybersecurity National Research and Innovation Agency as keynote speech, and the invited speaker who we are proud of, the Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Charles O.P. Marpaung from UKI as moderator, the Honorable the Vice Chancellor of the Indonesian Christian University, the Honorable Dean of the UKI Faculty of Engineering, Mr. Diki Antonius MSc, and Director of the UKI Postgraduate Program, Professor Dr. Bernadette Nadiak MPD, PR, the Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the participants of the two international conferences on Sustainable Architecture Engineering 2022, both as presenters and as guests and our other invites. Our beloved students, welcome to the Indonesian Christian University, Compassionate Unity University and Superior Campus. Praise and gratitude to God Almighty for all His blessing and inclusion to all of us, so that we are still given strength and health today to participate in this international conference. On behalf of the university, we would like to thank the Faculty of Engineering and the postgraduate program, especially the Master of Architecture study program, for their cooperation in organizing this international conference. We note that this conference is the second international conference that has been held continuously. We hope that this international conference can be held and carried out regularly and continuously, so that it is not only beneficial for individuals, for institutions, but can be UKI's contribution as a higher education institution in overcoming various problems of the nation. The committee has chosen the theme for this international conference, Smart Living Environment in Sustainable Architecture Engineering Technologies toward Industry 5.0. Society 5.0 is a human-centered and technology-based concept on society. In this area, society is expected to be able to solve various social challenges and problems by utilizing various innovations that were born in the previous industrial revolution era to improve the quality of human life. Therefore, innovation must be continuously improved. This is also UKI's concern to show in UKI's milestone 2023 has been designated as the year of innovation. Apart from that, the holding of this international conference is a series of work programs towards achieving UKI's vision of become a quality, independent, and innovative university in the field of the Tridharma of higher education in Indonesia and Asia, based on Christian values and Pancasila in 2030. UKI, which was established on October 15, 1953, at the age of 69, has received a superior accreditation rating from the government, the National Accreditation Agency. For the reason, throughout many activities in the Tridharma of higher education, keep guaranteeing the quality on the external quality. Thank you to all CAMS committee who, with their hard work, were able to properly organize this international conference. The final word, thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as home to many students coming from all around Indonesia with different cultural backgrounds, Universitas Kristen Indonesia is proud to present you beautiful dance performed by students to display one of the beautiful cultures here that we have. Please enjoy.
Ya prakanca dolanan ning jaba padang bulan padang iku ya rina rembulane sing awe-awe ngelingake aja padha turu sore.
Bentering cahya nratas kuninging tirta gadhang marang si gagat kang wis ulung galenganing kalung mratandani sang Waladara kudu nindakake kewajiban bedhah sipate serpen anyunari jagat saisine ing jedaratan arum gandanyo.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the plenary session 1. In this session, we will have His Excellency Minister of Public Works and Public Housing, but in this time it will be represented by the head of Archipelago Planning Task Force, Bapak Insinyur Imam Santosa Ernawi, MCM, MSc. We will also have Professor Insinyur H. Sarwidi, MSCE, PhD from National Disaster Management Authority, and also Professor Dr. Insinyur Johannes Widodo, M.Arch, Ing. From the National University of Singapore. And to lead us in this first plenary session, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Insinyur Charles O.P. Marpaung, MS, as moderator. Professor Dr. Insinyur Charles O.P. Marpaung, MS, is a professor at Electrical Engineering Master Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia. He studied electrical engineering at Institut Teknologi Bandung in 1986, completing his master degree in statistics from Institut Pertanian Bogor in 1990, and he graduated from Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand in 1998 to gain a doctoral in engineering. From May to April 2010, he was one of the lecturers at UNESCO, and he was awarded Satya Lencana Karya Satya 10 from the Ministry of National Education in 2011. The list of achievements is still going on and on, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Marpaung.
Thank you, Berto, for the introduction. First, I would like to welcome all the speakers and also all the presenters, the participants who are going to present their papers, who join us online and also in this room. There are 7 speakers for this time, and then all of them will talk in 2 sessions. The first session will talk 3 speakers, and the remaining is 2 speakers. Let us arrange the panel sessions like as follows. First, we will listen all the speakers present their speech, and then after that, we have room for asking for question and answers. And then after that, we have break for around 1 hour, and then we proceed to the second sessions to hear for the other presenters. Now, let us start our plenary session. The first speaker is from the Ministry of UPR, represented by Imam Santosa Ernawi. Before he starts his presentation, I would like to introduce Mr. Imam Santosa. Mr. Imam Santosa finished his bachelor degree in architectural engineering from the Bandung Institute of Technology in 1979. He earned his master degree from the Washington University, USA, in the area of construction management and engineering policy in 1991. Mr. Imam Santosa has been working at the Indonesian Ministry of Public Works since 1982. He previously served as a Director General of Cipta Karya at the Ministry of Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia and as the President Commissioner of PT Adikarya, the Director General of Special Planning, the Director Program Development at the Director General of Cipta Karya, and the Head of Planning and Public Information Bureau, the Director of Engineering Development, the Directorate General Housing and Settlements, the Head of the Center for Policy Studies, and also as an expert staff to the Ministry of Public Works. At present, Imam Santosa is the head of the ICoSAE Development Task Force. Imam Santosa was listed as the winner of several awards, such as Satya Lencana Karya Satya, Satya Lencana Wirakarya, and Development Satya Lencana. Imam Santosa is also an alumni of Lemhanas, Republic of Indonesia, in 2004. May I request Mr. Imam Santosa to present his speech.
vehicles already set up to create smart and forest safety for all. I think this is a very challenging youth program that should invite significant growth from all professionals. But right now, please allow me to deliver my minister's speech for the second international conference on sustainable architecture and engineering 2022. The Honorable Rector of the Christian University of Indonesia, Dr. the Honorable Professor Sarmiji from the National Disaster Management Agency, and the Honorable Professor Johannes Wibowo from National University of Singapore, and all distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is a great pleasure and an honor for me to join you on the second international conference on sustainable architecture and engineering 2022. My sincere gratitude for Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program of Christian University of Indonesia for conducting such an important international conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as stated by the President Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia will continue to strive achieving a sustainable development goals, agenda in various areas, including overcoming the climate change. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development underlines 17 sustainable goals, in which I think 5 out of 7 goals are strongly related to the tasks of the Ministry of Housing, such as SDG 6, to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation, SDG 9, to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster inclusion, SDG 10, to reduce inequality between countries, SDG 11, to make cities and human inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, and SDG 13, to take urgent action to combat climate change and impacts. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on this conference I would like to focus on the sustainable infrastructure development. Our ministry bears responsibility to develop water resources through urban construction, irrigation rehabilitation, to manage the threats of food scarcity, drought and water-related disasters management, and coastal protection. We also hold responsibility to build highways, roads, and bridges across the country, as well as to provide human settlement and public housing, to improve our drinking water and sanitation delivery system. And carrying out these duties, the ministry has always adhered to the principle of sustainable development goals by promoting sustainable construction and adopting the green building principle in various projects. To achieve inclusive security of water, food, and energy access, in the period of 2015 to 2024, the ministry sets to construct 61 dams, in which 29 dams are completed and the rest 32 are in ongoing stage. In our new and existing dams, we are doing the in-depth analysis on the potential development of new and renewable energy, particularly in forms of hydropower and spatial position or solar time. The hydropower installations draw the potential energy from the dams that have been designed initially as multiple dams. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of road infrastructure development, the government has completed about 2,000 kilometers of national Kalimantan, in Papua, and Nusa Tenggara Timur, and Fiji, and also in the area of Hong remote and disadvantaged area, as well as supporting other national strategic projects through access and support tourism, food estate, and others. We concentrate on forming strategy as part of the preventive measure for road development sustainability, such as 1. Focus on the development and rehabilitation of a high-capacity road scheme and flood management system. And second is to strengthen slope stability and applying slope protection to prevent slope failure on road network. The third is to construct a more durable road equipment to cope with the longer wet season, and the fourth is to protect road bridges from storm damage due to climate change and extreme weather. To make our cities and our human settlement more livable, safer, and at the same time, less vulnerable to climate change, some areas are being protected every year. The achievement of access to global drinking water until 2021 was 90%, a significant increase from 76% in 2015. Access to proper sanitation in 2021 reached 80% better than in 2015, amounted to 64%. In terms of providing housing, 1 million houses program has succeeded in building about 6.7 million housing and program restore and promote sustainable use of our environment and ecosystem. The ministry has done its best to take into account environmental restoration and ecosystem harmony in the face of damage, design, construction, operation, and maintenance activities. To ensure the safety of all the infrastructure, the ministry regularly updates all standards that are related to planning, design, construction, operation, as well as maintenance aspect of the infrastructure. This includes the development of earthquake risk map and establish flood plain safety committee, bridge and road tunnel safety committee, and building safety committee that is supported by the action. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to catch up the laptop of the stock is currently at 43% of GDP, while the global average is about 70%. It takes account to be helping, especially by increasing the utilization of technology. Technology has an important role in providing and training projects in terms of increasing the productivity and efficiency of collaboration between parties, improving efficient use of construction resources, increasing safety, and minimizing risk of construction decisions. One of the technologies that encouraged by the ministry in the industrial era is using the building information modeling and also GIS to enhance digital productivity online. This technology guarantees the punctuality, quality, and cost accuracy of construction works. BIM and GIS contain all the information of the building design in each stage of construction. They are used as the basis for decision making. With the application of BIM and GIS, the design and construction process becomes more transparent, and the calculation of construction costs is more accurate. BIM and GIS avoid mistakes for the planning stage to the implementation stage and mitigate the risk of the construction. Finally, BIM and GIS has been developed in infrastructure development. For example, in Sindang, LRM, develop infrastructure that meet the nation's present and future needs, while at the same time support economic growth, increase well-being for all, and preserve, protect the environment. I invite all of us to always the Ministry of Public Works and Housing of the Republic of Indonesia. Housing to underline that from the government side effort to achieve sustainable development, including architecture, as sustainability become first priority in national development program. The aims, I think, of sustainable architecture are not just approaching the goal of achieving sustainability, but architecture for its own sake. That is sustainability. We believe that with all utmost action taken by all pentahelic, including colleagues attending this conference, will speed up the achievement to the goal of sustainability, includes in architecture and engineering. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iman Santoso. Your presentation is very interesting. I am sure that we learned a lot from your presentation, how to face our future towards Industry 5.0. Our next presenter is Professor Sarvidi. Before Professor Sarvidi present his speech, I would like to introduce Professor Sarvidi. Professor Sarvidi finished Bachelor of Engineering degree in Civil Engineering from the Indonesian Islamic University in 1983, and Engineer degree from the same university in 1986. Professor Sarvidi earned his Master and PhD degrees from the Civil Engineering Department of the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, New York, USA in 1998. Professor Sarvidi is now a senior professor and a practitioner of seismic engineering and structural dynamics of UII Yogyakarta, Indonesia. He is also the member of some professional organizations such as ATAKI, IABI, ARGI, PII, and also the Indonesian National Earthquake Study Center. Professor Sarvidi has many patents, trademarks, service marks, and also some certifications such as main level SKK, LPGK, ATAKI, building since 2008, and bridge engineering since 2022, BSN competency certification, LSV disaster, residential manager level since 2015, and assessor of the construction competency certification. Professor Sarvidi has been a steering element of BNPB, Republic of Indonesia, since 2009. Professor Sarvidi has many experiences in international consultants and collaboration in the area of earthquake engineering. May I request Professor Sarvidi to start his speech. Professor Sarvidi. Okay.
the ministerial and or had degree and etc. until the regulation and the technical aspects. And then we have to have the element of institution. So we made the BNPB, BBD in the provinces and in the district, yeah, and kabupaten, and also the municipalities, yeah, in the Kota Madya, Kota. And we need budgeting, of course, budgeting from the government, yeah, the central government, and then provincial government until the regency and municipal government. And then also we also to have to coordinate the budget then outside of the formal budget, like the gathering from the society and as well in the country as well as overseas. And then we have to make planning and coordination with the BBBD and other institution and ministerial and coordinate by the Bapenas, National Planning Agency. And then we have also to have the aspect of science and technology, because science and technology as the time moving, and then the science will have to be modern and more modern. And lastly, the last but is most important is implementation, because we have to implement it in the cycle of disaster. For example, is the and during disaster and post disaster. Okay, and if we see also the law, that the disaster law, there are three hazard types: natural, non-natural, as well as social. Then today we just focus on natural hazard. And natural hazard could be the form of geological dynamics and climatological process and hybrid between the geological and climatological process. And we also today only focus on the geological dynamic, especially for earthquake, because in geological dynamic, we have earthquake, tsunami, volcano eruption, and in climatological process has inundation, flash flood, and typhoon. And the hybrid, we have land movement like landslides, yeah, and then hybrid lahar flood from Rapi and Semeru, etc. So we focus now only on earthquake. Even if earthquake itself is not, it's just hazard. So to become disaster, there are at least 7 mechanisms. This is very complete. For example, in the Central Sulawesi case in 2018. In 2018, we have, for example, the first is strong sacking of post-destroy residential infrastructure. Second, tsunami, low wave cost settlements. And 3, land movement, landslide, bury the settlement infrastructure. And the 4 is liquefaction, immersed settlement and moving. And 5, the ground subsidence, like in Boya, in the capital of Donggala district, in Donggala Regency, that the area down to earth into the sea, immersed to the sea. And it could be some of them are fire, but the big fire where it was in the San Francisco case in 1906. And looting usually in the people need everything, and they would like to have quickly in their needs. So they sometimes looting and make a riot, sometimes riots, and then grab everything in the stores, or as well in the neighborhood. Okay, and then if we go to the focus on the condition, geological condition of Indonesia, because Indonesia has also in between the plate of Indo-Australian, Euro-Asian plate, and the Pacific plate. So it will have collide each other, yeah, and then then there is a accumulative of energy of the tectonic, and sometimes to be released and become to earthquake, and some of them become volcanic eruption, and in addition for the subduction here, the place the potential for earthquake release energy, that there is also faults, many faults in the island of Sumatra, Java, Bali, and others like in Nusa Tenggara, in Sulawesi, in Papua, in Maluku, even the potential resources come from the land, like in Cianjur last time is in land, in the mainland, in the below the people, the people community. So that's why, and then the earthquake epicenter is close to the people, and the depth of the center is very low. I mean, it's very shallow, so that the intensity of shaking is very big. Yeah, it could be the MME of 6 to 7, although the magnitude is about only not until 6, yeah, level 6, yeah, including the medium earthquake. But because the shallow and then close to the people, and as well as the vulnerability is very high, so there is the risk is very high. So and in the calculation of the disaster risk reduction, we use the risk number, yeah, risk number or risk value of the risk. It could be from the hazard times the vulnerability and then divided by the capacity. This is widely used. Some of them use vulnerability divided into the physical and then exposure. But I use this one together to make it simpler. Yeah. Okay. And then for the earthquake, usually it's very significant, of course, to know to reduce the hazard. Yeah. So the thing that we can only do to reduce the vulnerability as well as to increase the capacity. So that's why we call it mitigation, because the hazard cannot be handled or cannot be reduced in the earthquake case. And then the effective way for the earthquake shaking disaster, actually that the houses or the building is the most problem, because as the building, especially for residential structure like homes, houses, then collapse, and then the people loss of life, many loss of life and loss of property, so become a disaster actually. Now I focus only the vulnerability to reduce the vulnerability here, because the capacity we have to do, but not as well as good as in Japan or in the United States, but we started to strengthen the community and the system of disaster management. Okay, next, if we talk about the vulnerability of the physics, of course, we have to correlate with the infrastructures, and infrastructures here could be divided into big group, that is settlement structure and non-settlement structure. We only limit today for the settlement structures, because non-settlement structure like the bridges, roads, etc. done, for example, we are not discussing. We are not making discussion today for the next occasion. For a focus for the settlement structure, actually, that you can divide it into 3, that is engineered structure and non-engineered structure, and the other side of extreme. Engineered structure like that we have for buildings in our office in big cities, for example, and many big building and building that professionally built, it could be categorized as an engineer settlement structure, and it is very sophisticated. Yeah, it's much more sophisticated, because a lot of research has been adapted from the to the building of engineer structure. For example, there are many guidance from FEMA in the United States, SGA in the United States, and also other countries we have. And in Indonesia, we have SNI, standard Indonesian standard in earthquake building. Number 2017-26 in the year of 2009. It's relatively new to revise the old one. And the other side, it says the non-engineer, like a traditional house, like Joglo, like Batak houses, Toraja house, Minang house, for example, Konai, traditional is very non-engineer, but it's very in the left side and the right side here. Actually, the vulnerability is not as light, so it more resistant to earthquake. Okay, but for this one, I categorize as a semi-engineered. That is mean yes, this is a engineer, of course, because there is a technology like using cement, using brick walls, etc. But actually, they're not really engineer, because some of them just still using traditional approach or just the tradition of the people likes. And but it have regulation, for example, or guidance, for example, the Minister of PUPR, Public Work number 2006, and also JICA and Cipta Karya, in public work also make a video because I make it. I also the consultant of them, and then I meet saya and my friend in the Baratagam, in Bangunan Rumah Hayatan Gempa since 2000. We have already teach, and this is also according to the Peraturan Menteri, our Minister decree bahwa PUPR, our public work in accordance. So. In the semi-engineer here, this is the problem in Indonesia, because they use the material of masonry, but not in well managed, when not well construction. So therefore, this is very brittle and heavy, and a lot of structure like that, like in Cianjur, in Mamuju, in Pasaman, in NTB, in Jogja, etc. And a lot of such kind of structure semi-engineer become collapse, and the people inside are become the victim, and then some of them are died because of that. So we make it produce the loss of life, even though, and also of course the loss of property. And this is, for example, in the some of the survey research from another sources that 3/4 of the death because of the building vulnerability. So it could be that the building good management, good construction is the key to success, or we call it effective way to reduce the risk of earthquake. And then this one you can see the damage of roof 32%, damage of wall 36%. So more than attack. Foundation failure 32. So the wall here is make the of a third, more than third of the problem that the earthquake to become change to become disaster. Why? Because there are not used in concept of earthquakes resistant structure yet. Surely that not many people inside there to know how to build using the concept of earthquake. Usually the people just know that there is the static loads, mean that the building is staying there, stable, but actually that the building will responsible for their strength in during the extreme load, that is in the moving of earthquake shaking. And also some other insufficient selection of material properties and material for the structure. Okay, and look here in the Indonesian condition now, even in the big cities, just only in some part is the having big buildings, but the rest are the people that made themselves of the resident building that is very many of them are we make a randomly survey at the still at the high vulnerability. Okay. And actually that we make already in Indonesia since before and the Gempa Jogja, before Gempa Jogja, I and my team make it a Barataga and then socialize to the people of Mandor. Mandor, this is the head of the carpenter in construction carpenter there. Like this is Pak Isbawan made many hundreds of houses before earthquake in Jogja, and the result is Alhamdulillah, great of Allah to Allah. That okay, the houses that we built more than 100 is good, perform good, comparing the for is very contrast, because this is the contrast one that will the house collapse make the disaster. If, for example, there is no disaster and there is no vulnerable house here like in here, so there is no disaster and actually. So this is the good story in 2000. I make it save it the picture in the Earthquake Museum in Yogyakarta, and then we know that in the advanced country or developed country like in Japan, in the United States and New Zealand, that the procedure of during the earthquake emergency, just going, for example, in the building, we just going to the go to the down of the table, also to go below the table is okay, because but in Indonesia is not as simple as that, because we are not sure that the building is earthquake resistant. Yes, for the engineer building much more safer, but for mostly the non-engineer building or semi-engineer building, we call it, is very much not sure that we are resistant to earthquake or not. So we have to make sure. If not, and that is better to go outside. Because if, for example, we go inside and just the hiding or go to the table, below the table, but if the building collapse and the house collapse, so the table also collapse, and then we become the victim also. So this is the problem. So that's why here in PNPB, try to make a simpler rapid assessment of the building to measure the vulnerability. The vulnerability is the opposite of the resistant. So, meaning earthquake resistant houses to become the lowest vulnerable house.
Professor Sarwidi, I'm sorry to interrupt you, that you have 5 minutes left to wrap up your presentation.
You have a handphone, Android handphone. Yeah, you can download in Inaris personal, Inaris personal, and then in the sub program there is ACEP. And ACEP you can find to what we call to measure or to make a rapid assessment on building, because they have 47 parameters and in 5 group of weighting proportionality. For example, foundation of course is the big weighting, and then how about the frame? Yes. Like you see in the frame, in Cianjur, for example, in Pasaman, NTD, Mamuju, many of the houses not having frame. So that's why there is no frame, so the wall is collapsed. Even in some place, for example, in the West Java, have a low quality. Three. So if, for example, we have the score of the ACEP is 66, you can take that because this is high vulnerability, high vulnerable, mean low resistance to earthquake shaking. And the other one is that the yellow one is the medium, and then the green one is the category, the building categories as a high resistant, or we call it low vulnerable. Yeah. So if we would like to see in the map, this is not public of course, because today here is the asset is still in the pilot project, and it could be only education person. It's not professional person. We need to make it a professional person. But we in the pilot project in Jogja, for example, here you can see the dot is this is the house that identified by the GPS. And then you can see here, for example, if we go to this house, it means this red, mean high vulnerable. And to some house here, for example, that lot of house collapsed before 2006 back in Jogja, so that people are eager to build very good, better quality of house. So this has become more green here. But if we imagine that all the kind of map is publicity, so we can get help more to, for example, if you'd like to rent a house or to buy the house or to sell the house, whether our house is resistant to earthquake or not in some place. This is an example of the percentage of the vulnerable level to or resistant level to earthquake in an area. And if we combine between the Inaris personal here in personal, all are in Android, Android program, because we have the low, moderate, and high hazard here in the axis of horizontal. In the vertical ordinate here, we have the asset level that is low, moderate, and high. So we can imagine here, if we go to the extreme, high vulnerable building in the high earthquake hazard, of course, it should be prioritized to have in there, the place to have a good construction of house, standard a house, and then maybe more the level of standard in the yellow one, And then also the government and people can see which one to prioritize to strengthen, because the house already built there, 1,000 million house there. It should be strengthened, for example. So in conclusion, that earthquake has often caused the disaster in Indonesia. So earthquake disaster risk could be through the implementation of earthquake infrastructure. Earthquake-resistant infrastructure. Of course, it should be adapted also another specific hazard in the location. Second, the residential house structural failure has been usually the biggest cause, like in Cianjur, of earthquake-shaking disaster, like in Cianjur, in Pasaman, in the rural area. Three, the measurement of house vulnerability that are published in a transparent manner shall be prioritized. It can motivate the people to construct earthquake-resistant houses. Current position the ACEP and in the Inaris personal Android application is still in the educational version actually. So we need the professional management that include all of the stakeholders here to carry out that problem, to assess to make the good assessment by using professional assessment. Throughout the country to become sustainably improved for having that program. So thank you very much, and I thank to BNPB, as well as my college in BNPB and in the Earthquake Museum that help to make ACEP and produce ACEP, as well as the support from the Barataga community, Bangunan Pemerataan Gempa community, and alumni of the specific master degree in earthquake engineering in UIA Yogyakarta, as well as expert from other university that I like to discuss with. Then thank also to UKI, Eastern University, that provide this presentation in the form of ICoSAE. Thank you very much. The time is I give to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sarwedi. Your presentation is very interesting, and I'm sure that we will be beneficial from your presentation, particularly that we just experienced earthquake in Cianjur, and also we still feel the effect in Jakarta. Our next presenter, or the last presenter for the session one, is Professor Johannes Widodo. Okay, he's here now. And then before Professor Johannes Widodo present his speech, I would like to introduce Professor Johannes Widodo. Professor Johannes Widodo is the Director of Graduate Programs in Architectural Conservation and Tun Tun Chang Lok Center for Asian Architectural and Urban Heritage of the National University of Singapore. He is an associate member of the Singapore Institute of Architects, the founder of MAAN, and an executive committee member of the Asian Academy for Heritage Management, a jury member for the UNESCO Asia Pacific Awards for Culture Heritage Conservation, member of ICoMOS International Scientific Committee, a founding member and director of ICoMOS National Committee of Singapore and Indonesia, a founding member of DOCOMOMO, Macau and Singapore, the founder and executive director of International Network of Tropical Architecture. He served as an advisory board member of the Preservation of Sites and Monuments of the National Heritage Board of Singapore, a board member of Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance since 2019, and a member of the Circle Human Sustainable since 2022. May I request Professor Johannes Widodo to start his speech?
Thank you. Thank you. Is my voice clear enough?
Yes. Yes, it's okay.
So I will start my sharing. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. Although it's a bit ridiculous, I have to speak English to all Indonesian participants here. But it's okay. Let's consider this as, you know, we train our English. So, thank you, because this is not my first time coming to this ICoSAE conference. I was here last year. So it was 28th of October 2020, 2 years ago, during the peak of the pandemic. And today, on the today is 23rd of November, 2 years ago, exactly today, I received a surprise package from UKI. It's a wooden plaque that I still keep until now. It's very interesting souvenir. It's made of lacered plywood, but it was sent to Singapore from Jakarta. It costs a lot. It's expensive to send this to Singapore. So although it's made of wood, but the carbon footprint of this plaque is very high. So this, the pictures on the left is the posting on my Facebook this morning, because I remember this. So I hope after this conference, you don't need to send me a very expensive package like this. Just send the photos in PDF format or JPEG, that should be enough. But I think the message that I want to speak this morning is about the basics, about the principles. I will repeat some of my points as I talked 2 years ago, because I think it's still relevant. The dream of the Society 5.0 that we are discussing today is a futuristic utopia. It's a dream. It's not yet realized. We have, even now, people in Indonesia and all over the world, in Africa and different parts, even in Russia, still living in the Society 1.0, hunting and gathering, life from the jungle. We still have a lot of people live in the Society 2.0, agricultural, you see, in ASEAN, in Cambodia, in Indonesia, in Thailand, and so on, even in China. A lot of people still work in agriculture. And after all the culture, technology, everything to agriculture is still very much alive until now. Then of course, we still have the society 3.0 up till now, industrial, and then of course information. So all of this happen all at once at the same moment now. So in linear development, it's not like a linear change, but it's happening all at the same time. So the new so-called Society 4.0 is, the definition is a human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. I mean, Society 5.0 means integration of everything. And a society, a dream society, utopia, that is like a paradise. We want to create paradise on earth. Because with all this society 1, 2, 3, 4, all together, and without any problems, that is Society 5.0. So this morning, before me, we heard from Pak Sarwidi about the disaster. Just hear what happened in Cianjur yesterday. So disaster mitigation, we cannot avoid disaster because we live in the ring of fire, where climate has been so much changed from the say like 10 or even 5 years ago. So climate change is real. And from Ernawi this morning, Imam Ernawi, we heard about the commitment of Indonesia to build SDG, to follow SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, build infrastructure everywhere, even to build the new capital for Indonesia. And also the dream of implementing digital technology. But my point is, the problem with digital technology, it depends on electricity and internet. And you know that electricity and internet is not sustainable. If there is no electricity, there is no internet. And electricity is not just come out from the earth or from the air. It has to be created by something, because it's energy. And the energy is from fossil fuel that we are still using now. If there is no internet, all connectivity and clouds are gone. Means our automatic vehicle, our internet communication, our WhatsApp, our Facebook, our Instagram is all there. Our data is all gone, including our banking data. Our cryptocurrency are gone. And the lifespan of physical storage device, like hard disk, DRAM, and so on, is limited. 3 to 5 years. Sometimes it can last for 10 years, but the technology age is much more shorter. I still have diskette. When I was undergrad student, I used diskette to store my storage. But now I can't even find a diskette driver in my computer. I still use typing machines. I don't have hard disk that time. But my hard disk, the first hard disk that I had, cannot be read. Even the oldest thumb drive that I have from 1.0 cannot be read by the thumb drive driver, USB drive, that is much more advanced now. So technology will expire. So digital technology is useful, of course, as for facilitating almost everything, but problems related to digital divide, digital poverty, digital inequality persist and getting worse. See, how many students or children in Indonesia and all over the world who cannot get access streaming during the pandemic, during the daring, the online mode of the schooling? Maybe less than 20%. And even some students in the university or high school take the risk to go back to the school just to get a free internet access in order to access the online content. Isn't that very strange? You know, not everyone, not every student afford able to have a proper computer, laptop, or even handphone to access the materials for lectures. So digital technology is a tool, only a tool, important, but not everything. Analog and manual technology is still useful and necessary. So this is my point. And second, of course, remember, this is I imagine myself. I almost retired. So when I'm retired in the old folks' home, I may not remember a password of my Facebook or even to log into my computer. I don't even remember how to go into the cloud. And I don't think I can find millions of photographs that I took in my Instagram account or elsewhere, because maybe the cloud is gone. So the only way that I can still enjoy the end of my life alone, not lonely, is by flipping through real books, real photo albums. If not, then we really enter the darkness of the black hole of civilization. We lost everything, even the memory, if we don't have the analog and the manual technology or manual product at our hand. So digital technology, internet, even solar panel are not sustainable. Blockchain, you know, the crash of the digital coin is happening now. And solar panel that is praised as the hope for the future to generate free energy. Yes, it's important, but the technological age is only 10 years. Maximum, if we can extend the age of the solar panel, is 15 to 20 years. After that, if everybody use solar panel, then it will face another problem like plastic that we face now. It's become rubbish, it's become a problem for the earth. And the cost to recycle solar panel is extremely expensive. Especially, the materials like nickel, like cadmium, like all this, even the rare earth metal, it's very difficult to recycle. The economic of scale is not yet there. So attention should be paid to the effort to recycle of technology, of recycling or upcycling all this technological product. Yes, so what is happening to our common home right now? And this is the reality that we face. Pollution, waste, and throwaway culture. We throw away everything. We know about the microplastic poisoning the fish on the oceans and so on. We face the real thing, climate change. Even the earthquake is related to the climate change. Why? Because the amount of water on the sea is increasing. And we know, common sense, 1 liter of water is 1 kilogram. So how many millions tons of water pushing the continental plate? And then that continental instability of the continental plate creates more earthquake. Of course, we face water issue. Water is become very expensive. You have to pay for water, drinking water. Even to purify water, it costs money. Loss of biodiversity, decline in the quality of human life and breakdown of society, global inequality, social-economic polarity, economic greed, and the need of social justice. These things are real. We face the pandemic, it's not yet ended. I heard that the number of infections is going up again in Indonesia, in Jakarta, in different places, even in Singapore, even in Japan, in Korea, 17,000 new cases every year, even in China. War in Ukraine, but also the threat of war in South China Sea is very close. And economic recession that is going on now. Everything has become very expensive, inflation. These are the real issues, real problems. So therefore, I think it's a time, and during this conference, we are not just talking about technology. Yes, it's good to have a dream of technology, a promise of the future. But we also need to look back into our own culture and nature. You see, even in architecture, this Vitruvius man, drawn by Leonardo da Vinci, shows us very clear principles of how we need to put human at the center. And then the human, with the hands stretched horizontally, is touching the square. And that square that I marked with dotted line is symbolizing culture, even architecture or built environment. And another two hands going up, stretching the circle. And that circle is the nature, the universe. So nature and culture are inseparable. If we destroy the nature, then there will be no culture. If there is no culture, then human life is the end of the world. In Jawa, for example, there is a philosophy expressed in Gunungan. On that Gunungan is a tree at the center, a tree of life. And the middle of the tree of life, there is a symbol of time, Tarakala, time. Then below is the built environment, architecture, square. And there are two, and then on the tree itself, there's a lot of biodiversity, animals, birds, plants, fruits, everything. So this is the stable, the ideal projection of the society 5.0. It's not a new thing, but it's already there. The society 0.03 has been in the memory of our ancestors and expressed in symbolical terms culturally in a different form. And this is universal symbol. So one thing that we need to improve now, because the problem is caused by the linear economy, but the linear thinking. That it seems that the energy source is unlimited. Money is unlimited. Patience is unlimited. But it's not true. If we learn from the original ideas of our ancestors, everything is circular. So we have to change everything from linear thinking into circular thinking. By saying that we are talking in building industry, when we talk about raw material, think about the possibility of recycling. When you do the design and you use a raw material, remember that material is not unlimited. There is a limit in that. Therefore, it's very important. I will not go into the details, but read more about the circular economy. So circularity is becoming the next thing that we need to do to heal our problems. And of course, one of the examples is the cultural wisdom that we can see in our vernacular environment. There's an island, a fisherman village in the old coast of Papua in Indonesia. You see, the island is kept green. We don't build and cut the trees to build houses on that island. The houses were built on the sea, on the still building, still house. Why? Because there is a circular ecological cycle of fish production and human waste and the protein creations from that sea. On the meantime, the island itself needs to be preserved because it's the source of fresh water, drinking water, the source of building materials. The coconut leaves can be used for roof. The coconut trunk can be used for building materials. The animals living there, like chicken or wild boar, is a source of protein. So by keeping all this in balance, then the so-called sustainability will be achieved for the next generation. And the only building situated on that island is the church, because it's a Christian community. On different case, in the Muslim community, the island the building right at the middle between the built environment and natural environment is the mosque. So we put these religions, belief, fear of God, a sense of empathy, of ethics, is right at the middle of our life. So first, of course, we need to secure energy, because energy is unlimited. We talk about the technology term. So in this case, energy, in terms of circularity, go back to the vernacular architecture, go back to the local wisdom to create comfort within the house, how to create cross ventilation. It doesn't have to be in the traditional form or old form. We can even use a new way of doing things to create space in between, leftover space in between buildings. Put trees, create shadow, create a very interesting steps. So we can move our classroom, not from in the aircon room, but into the amphitheater outdoor. That doesn't need energy. Doesn't need cooling because it's on the shade of the buildings, or the shade of the trees. And then you can calculate how much energy that you save by switch off the aircon in the classroom, by switch off the lamp, and move the class into the open space. So it's just a matter of changing behavior. Or another example, in the conference that I attended in Chiang Mai in Thailand in 2005, the conference is not in the aircon room, but it's moved into the very beautiful garden with colorful umbrella. And someone will move the umbrella bit by bit to follow the movement of the sun. So it's a very dynamic, cool, and it's less energy. And this is a net zero energy approach. So energy security is important. Yes, of course, we have solar panel everywhere, but solar panel means recycling. Think about the possible recycle. But it's not just about solar panel to produce energy, but how we reduce or change our mindset. So therefore, it's important to embrace a new standard beyond green mark. Green mark is just spreadsheet. You can have a platinum or gold green mark even before you build the buildings. But if you adopt a higher standard of green or sustainable architecture, take, for example, well building standard. So in this well building standard, it's not just about the green factors that is already mentioned in the green mark scheme, but we also talk about nourishment, talk about fitness, talk about comfort, and talk about mindset. For example, my building, my office building in NUS, SPE4, is the first net zero energy building in Singapore. So the energy, of course, is produced by solar power on the roof, but that is only 1/3 of the energy needed for business as usual. So if business as usual, we take the lift, we turn on the lamp and everything, then we need 3 times bigger than that space for the solar panel. But because we only have a very limited solar panel space, so we reduce it to 1/3. Meaning the energy consumption have to be reduced by 1/3. For example, by hiding on lifts in the fire staircase and design a very sexy staircase going up from level 1 to level 6. And because of that, then we choose to take stair rather than to take lift. And because most people take staircase, they become healthier. The energy usage is lower. These are some examples. And then the implementation of hybrid aircon system. So the temperature flow from the aircon ducting is 28 degrees. So it uses less energy. And we don't need to build a new chiller here. So the chiller just use the existing chiller from the other building.
Professor Johannes, excuse me, you have 5 minutes to finish your presentations.
So this is the things that we need to do. And then of course we need to close the water circle. We need to plan our own food. We need to think about the scarcity of land. And then we have to care social security, to create walkability, cycling, harmless society, aging and caring society, facility for the age, for the elder society that is growing. All of these are very important examples. So in conclusion, to secure the future of our planet is not just preaching about 17 SDGs. Yes, we already committed to United Nations. Indonesia as a member has signed the pledge, promised to achieve 3 by 2030. But we need to create a socially responsible, human-centered approach. We need to do the action that culturally authentic. Start from local wisdom and contextual. We need to do an action that is environmentally sustainable. Think about carbon neutrality, zero energy, zero waste. Think about the economic and affordable, viable solutions. Create things about the architecture and technology responses and appropriate. If you look into the scorecard of our SDG for Indonesia, this is a report from UNDP 2020. We are way below the target. We still need to catch up. And it's already 2022. And to 2030 is only 8 years in front of us. Yes, we have a new capital city, but it's still a dream. We need to see whether this capital city deliver our promise to United Nations. We have to keep our promise to achieve the UN 17 SDG with an essential ethical attitude, empathy for the earth and humanity, not greedy, respect for local culture and wisdom, democratic and sensitive to social justice. So a new mindset that we need for today and tomorrow is first, in Bahasa Indonesia, alami, not destructive, not greedy. Second, bersih, not dirty, not corrupt. Manfaat, not redundant, not in debt. Paladu, not snobbish, not arrogant. And this is the necessary urgent actions, healing our planet, continuing our civilizations. So at the beginning of this program, we have a very beautiful song, traditional song and dance. It's not just for the sake of aesthetic, but it's a message from our past generations to achieve the society 5.0 that is also the dream of our ancestors. We have to be afraid and be prepared. Climate change is real. It's a threat to humanity and peace. These are all real. We must reuse and regenerate traditional wisdom, reinvent our DNA of cultural resilience. We have to focus on moderation, regeneration, rejuvenation. And we must nurture our youth power, the younger generations, idealism, authenticity, simplicity, honesty, optimism, and positive thinking. And we have to retain all knowledge and wisdom from society 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, all together as the key to survival and continuity in society 5.0 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Johannes. I think your presentation is very interesting, that you open our mind that we should not consider only technology, but also society 5.0. And then also, it is also very interesting that we do not merely rely on technology, that we can reduce our consumption in buildings to get zero energy building. For example, to change from changing behavior, don't use AC, use open space and something like that. Thank you very much. And then this is the last speakers in this session. And then let us give big applause to all the three speakers. I hope all the three speakers are still with us now. Mr. Imam Santoso, Professor Sarvidi, and then Professor Johannes. Now we are going to open room for questions and answers. Please raise your hands if you would like to ask questions, and then please also mention your affiliation, where are you from, and then please also tell to whom you are going to ask. Now we have several questions also with us. The first question is coming from, from Lolom Evalita. Her question her question goes to Mr. Imam Santosa. Her question is like this: how about the peatland restoration regulation in Kalimantan related to new capital city shifting in Palangkaraya in next couple years? Any change policy? Because new capital will follow with development increasing in surrounding area as well generally. And then the second question is, lesson learned from earthquake in Cianjur 2 days ago prove that people in Indonesia not yet prepared for disaster even in urban area in Java Island. How we can overcome the situation in future comparing to similar situation if occurred in Japan but less people died there? Any apps can be proposed with new technology to reduce impact of earthquakes? I think I would like to invite Professor Imam Santoso to respond to these questions. Please.
Okay, thank you for the question, Ibu Lorong. First, I think to be corrected that the national capital city for the new one is moved to East Kalimantan, right? Not in Palangkaraya. And we know that according to the commitment for the Nusantara, we commit to have and to protect, to protect all the green area still in the level of 80%. So we try to use for the green environment not more than 20%. And for the regulation related with the peatland or something like that, I think in East Kalimantan, especially in the Nusantara, not too many, not much peatland area. So it's very different within Kalimantan Tengah, I think so. So I think for the Nusantara, the peatland regulation is still on the track, and we do need to modify or to update because not all we cannot find very much for the peatland in Nusantara. I think itu Bu Lolong. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Imam Santoso. Next to Professor Sarvidi. The question is, why, if there is earthquake in Indonesia, there are many people died, but in Japan, it's not like that? Professor Sarvidi?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And yes, of course, we know that there is a different contradiction in Japan and United States and Indonesia. Firstly, that because our people here, when we try to make a survey, a rough survey, is not aware of the potential disaster of earthquake and other disaster even. They're not so aware, so he is not so convinced that earthquake come to their place. So we can see here, for example, that I made a museum, earthquake museum in Jogja, and most of the visitors tell that earthquake is very much criminal, as the object that responsible for the earthquake disaster, and they think that earthquake is not important for our life. This is the one. So this is, we can see here, after we try to discuss and making the discussion in the museum, then so we tell that earthquake is very important for us. If there is no earthquake, there is no volcanic eruption. So where the energy of accumulation in the on the earth here release? So of course it's danger for the world itself, the earth, and then become exploded. So there is no people life in this earth. So it has to have a mechanism how to release the energy. Now and then after we gave the example, most example in the world because of the second earthquake, the victim is because of the building, not because of the infrastructure, not because of earthquake. Mean that even if there is a big earthquake, but still there are many buildings that stand. So means that earthquake is not the object of that should be responsible. So the responsible is the houses, is the infrastructure that is very vulnerable. Vulnerable, and we saw the picture, the proof from the world, Indonesia, and Jogja, and of course later will be from Pasaman, from Cianjur, to show them that this is the building make the problem. Who is the making the building? It's the people. So the people is the main problem for you. So ourselves make disaster, and then we do. For example, in Jogja we made earthquake resistant houses before the earthquake, and there is no one. Even this big MMI is close to 9. 9 is very big. Because some of the engineer building in Jogja also collect. But for Barataga structure, no one damage, even only small damage, and some tiles broken, falling down, and some cracking is very simple. And we can see that here, this is the people so responsible for that one. So earthquake is not it's a good thing. It is the good thing. It's a hero for the people. But house that made by the people is the responsible. So, and then after finishing the session in my museum, all of the people know that it is the building that make our infrastructure that make the problem. So, at least almost 100 people now thought that the problem is earthquake. It's not the house. And after we saw that, okay, here there's an earthquake, but the house does not collapse. Would that become the disaster? No, there is no disaster here. Just big earthquake is okay. Just phenomenon, not disaster. So the people, it's very difficult mostly to distinguish between the hazard and disaster. Earthquake is hazard, it's not disaster. Become disaster if we have to make at least 7 mechanisms before. That I saw before. A 7 mechanism. Yeah, that is mostly here because of shaking, so the building infrastructure done. And that way in Japan, I think there is a socialization there is very massive, and the people now is very aware that they live there. They cannot go anywhere. Like Indonesia, where we should go? Even in Kalimantan, for example, so all people in Jakarta and Jogja and other big city in Sumatera, Jawa and others, in Sulawesi, move to Kalimantan, West Kalimantan, no, of course no, because there are also different hazard too there, flood and maybe is a land fire. Okay, so there is different. So how to make them is how to, this is good for having news now, because a lot of internet sources people can access and then know that the responsible is us, is ourselves, not because of earthquake. So if we can make sure that the people can understand that's the problem, I think we will, the motivation is very good. And we try, for example, some people here, it's not easy to give vaccination. So they use Peduli Lindungi. Yeah? They use the application of Peduli Lindungi. So no, there's people that want to go anywhere, they should follow. For example, if accept that I show you the application is forced by the government, so no, there's no people. Okay, you can you maybe is allowed to. It's up to you to you build the earthquake resistant houses or not. But if there the assessment show that your house is tagged red in the public, so I think it will be different. So we cannot make like in Indonesia town with beli kucing dalam karung, because why? If we sell or we buy, even the building at the house is earthquake resistant or not, it's still we buy, we still sell. Okay, so there's no different. But if we do later by searching, by just very simple, and we use accept, for example, oh no, your building is red, so you cannot sell it. So the people know because you are red, so you cannot sell that one. No people will buy your houses. Yeah, like that. So we actually that we would like to have this kind of system like Peduli Lindungi. In the internet, show that our building is red, yellow, or green. If, for example, there is a red, and then there is a mechanism to strengthen until we make isolation again to become green, and then the people know that not become membeli kucing dalam karung. So, like in Indonesian balance, mau bangunan tangga atau tidak mau laku orang dibeli, mau bangunan tangga saya juga beli, tidak apa-apa. So we can, and in Japan and United States, of course, they not having this phenomenon. So that way we have to make to make aware the people by news, That one. Second, they're using system of like accept, yeah, like accept to screen the house is, for example, the house now, later all infrastructure, whether there's a standard or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very interesting answer to respond to questions. And now the next question is coming from Mr. Sinambela. The question goes to Professor Johannes Widodo. The question is like this.
So I can read the question. It's about the nuclear energy.
Fair.
Well, I think the need of energy or the wish that we have more energy is like consumptions, like food. It is unlimited. If we think that it's not enough, then we take a shortcut. So taking, say, nuclear power as a shortcut is not wise because you have to look into the context. Indonesia is sit on the ring of fire. So you see what happened in Japan when the tsunami and the earthquake hit Fukushima. So the damage from the nuclear disaster is very much difficult to handle. Even Chernobyl, they cannot clean even until how many 100 years. So I think before we go into the nuclear, there are many types of nuclear power. Nuclear for health is fine, you fight cancer because it's small scale. But big scale energy, maybe it's better to look into other sources, the renewable energy sources. Because like geothermal, sea, waves, or wind. There's plenty of alternatives. Even solar panel, I think the only things that we need to do with solar panel is a research about upcycling and recycling of solar panel. If we can do that, then probably solar panel is fine to generate better energy. But I think most importantly is to manage our mindset, reduce our lifestyle of using energy by alternative. For example, remember about passive solar architecture, right? That is developed in the 70s or 80s. Remember about the appropriate technology, or a book by Schumacher, Small is Beautiful. I think the promotions of this technology about the net zero energy building, net waste building, the circular economy, circular architecture, is all work to see and to implement it in order to reduce the use of energy. Take staircase, keep staircase, design staircase nicely, and avoid the use of lift, for example. Create cross ventilations and so on. So I think that is the way to go, rather than jump shortcut into a nuclear technology. And the second question, I think, is from Ipalita, asking about relate to the latest technology using AI based on our culture value. There's a gap of this generation in Indonesia, no more prior of culture nowadays. I think it's because we educate our children wrongly by giving them to an electronic babysitter. So to pacify them, then just turn on the YouTube or Nickelodeon or whatever. So if our kids never know how nice it is to sit in the veranda, and how nice it is to walk in the jungle, or visit a real museum, or watch a real wayang show, how can we convince them that it's nice and it's good? You know, because what they know is just the electronic imagery from YouTube, from Instagram, from Facebook. So one thing to do, how to educate our children to be more resilient, bring them out, push them into the swimming pool. Let them feel how cold it is, how much heat is, what is comfort, how nice it is to be in the three-dimensional real space rather than on the flat screen and turn into zombie, like we use Zoom nowadays. So I think that's the way of changing our education. Don't just take shortcut by pacifying our kids, by giving them direct access to the screen. And that's it. So the electronic babysitter doesn't work in education.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Chures. Any other questions from the participants? And Professor Johannes.
And there is another question for Pak Sarwidi.
Questions, please.
Yeah, in chat. I think it's,
Oh, yes.
Chat? Okay, thank you, Prof.
Professor Sarwidi.
But society aware of this prevention action before earthquake happen need to a practical application, not need a practical application, not technical. It's possible. Oh, yeah, okay. So to make aware, of course, yeah, to prevent. This is two types. The first is related to vulnerability. That is, we have to make a earthquake resistant infrastructure or houses. Yeah, and then second, we have to need to raise the capacity. Yeah, by using the simulation and practice for the people, because the people will go directly without any thinking to reaction during earthquake. So we need to simulate many times to become our habit or maybe our instinct, yeah, or our sense to make like that. So of course the earthquake resistant houses is only the way to reduce the vulnerability, but to raise the capacity of the people, you need also to make a simulation, yeah, simulation. Like in my museum, and then the people, usually students and kids, like to make a simulation there during earthquake. Yeah. Just happy. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sarwidi. Any other questions from the participants? Okay, and then I would like to ask Professor Johannes regarding with zero energy building. Zero energy, you said that zero energy building we can achieve, for example, without using AC, we use space, and we don't need solar panel, because you said also solar panel is not sustainable. And then from our calculation, it's not possible, okay, to rely on that only without having energy from others. What do you think? Yes.
turn it into net zero by improving on using the learning points that we have. There's a lot of efforts, not just from the tech, but also from different places for using that resolution. And move into the old literature for passive solar architecture. That the hot air move from the cool area to the hot area. And because of this impact of factory effect, we can suck all the hot air out of the tower. And use fan, use the big projection of the heat, orientation of the building. An architect like Kenya always use solar park to orient the building. So the technology is already there, the knowledge science is already there. It's just a matter of how we change our mindset and our lifestyle.
Thank you very much, Professor Johannes Widodo, that you teach us how to live with less energy. And then the next question is coming from Hedy. Looks like this is our students from master degree in electrical engineering department. Yes, could you ask your question and then the question to whom you are going to ask your question?
Thank you for our host. I'm very glad that Professor Johannes has presented this very good presentation, and I want to give thought to it today. So, however, have you so far communicated about this good intention to reduce the fossil or the degree of people not to explore fossil fuel to government and the people, basically in Singapore or Indonesia, that we can achieve what the SDG says. We still have another 7 years to come that if we are unable to, it's still too late. So if we are unable to fulfill the SDGs, so the world will be a disaster. So is there any effort for you to
Yes.
that 10 days your country, the government of Indonesia or the government of Singapore, hey guys, we have to stop using the grid. So we have not be doing and so forth.
Yes, so because my profession is an educator, so I launched a new master of consulting program. And the starting point of the master consulting program in education is from the carbon neutrality. So in the design studio, I asked my students to start with building the way of accessibility and using rapid, use clean, and then decorating all the embodied carbon of accessibility. And based on that, we start to think about another one, and this was the CDs of the architecture, whatever. And then propose a new, but another is another thing, economic society.
So Charles Brennan with the next
project is actually resolved in the UI area. It's not just the one concept to see together in the gallery, but also to invite people to show them the money. If you keep the whole building, you can take carbon
Okay, thank you very much. The next question is also again coming from Lolom Evarita. The question goes to Mr. Imam Santosa. Mr. Imam, could you read her question? Or I will read? Mr. Imam? Mr. Imam Santosa? Can you read the questions? Down. Okay. Yeah.
Things not to be related with the movie Jakarta should use what disaster. For example, we should review the detailed master plan of Jakarta that is just already enacted a few weeks or 3 months ago. So, including access or consider something like that. Because now in Jakarta, the main focus is on the transportation of the law and also for the accessory. So, in overall context, we need to incorporate it as an active for the detailed classification. We should review on that. So it's not always affiliation with the movie and the status of
Okay, thank you very much to all the speakers, and also the participation of all the participants in this discussion. We are going to close the questions, and then we are going to end this session. Before we end this session, let us give big applause again to all participants and all the speakers. Thank you very much. And then I will hand over the next program to Berto.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a big round of applause for Professor Marpaung and all the distinguished speakers. Yeah. Hopefully you enjoyed the plenary session 1 today and you got beneficial and important things from the presentation and the discussion that led by Professor Ope Marpaung. So now we would like to invite you all to turn on your camera for photo sessions. And it will be on my count. Make sure to give the best smile. So if you don't mind, you can mask off for a while. We're considering that you're in a good place now, maybe far from other people, so it will be safer for you to put your mask off so that we can see your face. We can see your faces and then we can take a picture. So, okay. First slide on my count. 1, 2, 3, smile, please. And then second slide. 1, 2, 3. Third slide. 1, 2, 3. Fourth slide. Fourth slide. Okay, only 4 slides. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, we still have more slides. Slide number 5. 1, 2, 3. And one more slide. Yeah, okay, one more slide. We never know which slide we belong to, so just bear with me for a while. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for an hour, I think more than an hour, we will have break time. We'll be back at this conference again at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time. And thank you. Have a nice break. See you.
Kayaknya keren juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat, dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari, itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa, agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
dia punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan khitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari, itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa, agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
keren juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat, dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari, itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa, agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
keren juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, Installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat, dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari, itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa, agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
keren juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance,
Cek one ada. Cek. Cek. Masuk nggak suara saya? Cek. Cek.
in the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor, and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight.
Cek, cek, cek. Cek, 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 cek. 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 Ceritanya kan Papi nonton jam berapa? Enggak, naik meja bu. Naik meja coba. Lu pura-pura di situ tuh. Oke? Cek. 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 Mimbar. Cek.
Is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Kayaknya keren juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor, and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is
enjoyed your break time, and this international conference is organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia in collaboration with the Indonesian Civil Engineer Society of North America or ICoSAE and in cooperation with PT Urban, PT New Model International, PT Interclean, PT Gatensi Indonesia, PT Gana Sakti Indonesia, BNI or Bank Negara Indonesia, CV Turba, and many more. It is also covered by TVRI, Asri Indonesia, and Media Indonesia, and it is live broadcast on YouTube channel at Official Fakultas Teknik Universitas Kristen Indonesia. I would like to gently remind you to always follow the whole protocol, to keep your microphone muted during the presentations of the speakers, to switch your communication devices to silent mode, and to follow this conference with full of attention. We are now going to plenary session 2. This time we will have Professor Jupiter H. Manurung from Mechanical Engineering, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. And we also have Professor Dr. Insinyur Hamam Riza, MSc IPU from Executive Professional Engineer Research Center for Artificial Intelligence and Cybersecurity National Research and Innovation Agency. And for this plenary session, we still have Professor Dr. Insinyur Charles O.P. Marpaung, MS, as the moderator. Professor Marpaung, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Berto, for the introduction. Welcome back to the second plenary session, session number 2. In this session, we have 2 speakers. The first speaker is Professor Manurung, and then the second speaker is Professor Hamam Riza. First, I would like to read the CV of Professor Manurung. Professor Manurung earned his BSc, MSc, and PhD degrees in manufacturing technologies from German universities. Professor Jupiter now is a full professor at the School of Mechanical Engineering in University Teknologi Mara, Saham, Malaysia, and currently holding post as Director of Smart Manufacturing Research Institute and a leader of Research Interest Group, Advanced Manufacturing Technology. He is also a professional engineer, a professional technologist, a chartered engineer, and a member of Association of German Engineers who received his A-level. Additionally, Professor Jupiter is a certified international European German welding engineer and laser technologist, as well as laser safety officer from German Research Institutes. He has been publishing high-impact scientific publications in various international journals and conferences on advanced welding technology, virtual manufacturing, metal additive manufacturing, and weld fatigue integrated with financial support from national international research grants such as ICoSAE, FRGS, GAAD, Erasmus, Asia United, GIP, and various industries. Since 2016, he is an international research fellow at Professorship of Virtual Production Engineering in Technical University, Chemnitz in Germany. Professor Manurung will deliver his speech. The topic of his speech is metal additive manufacturing, fundamentals, design optimization method, and process simulations. Due to some problems, Professor Manurung cannot join us, but he will screen his video that he has taken before. May I request the committee to screen the video?
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my heartiest gratitude to the organizer for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers at the second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering. My name is Jupiter H.P. Manurung. I am the Director of Smart Manufacturing Research Institute at University Teknologi Mara in Shah Alam, Malaysia. My speech is entitled Metal Additive Manufacturing Fundamentals, Design Optimization Method, and Process Simulation. The outline of my speech is as follows. At first, I would like to introduce briefly on SMRI, where we are located, what we have been doing, and which focuses we have. In the second part, I would like to say something on this principle of metal additive manufacturing, and then we come to the core of the content, which is the third part, dealing with the design optimization method and process simulations. At the end, I'm going to close my presentations with conclusions. SMRI is located at UITM Shah Alam. It is not so far away from Kuala Lumpur. It's around 30 kilometers. And from Kuala Lumpur International Airport is around 45 to 50 kilometers. Yeah, we can say that UITM Shah Alam is like in the center of state Selangor. SMRI has three objectives actually. Yeah, the first one is conducting the applied research. And then we are doing consultations and certifications, and also we are providing professional training. And our conduct is based on the basic and modern theory, high performance computation, and experiment and testing. Although SMRI is actually newly established in 2019, but the history is actually 9 years back, when we have our center under our faculty. The name is the Advanced Manufacturing Technology Excellence Center. It means that since 2019, we changed our directions and also our name to be the Smart Manufacturing Research Institute. We have actually 6 units last time, but since a few months back, we reduced the units to be actually 4 only. I am the director, as you can see here. And we have 4 units. The unit 1 is the Advanced Virtual and Additive Manufacturing. Unit 2 is Transport and Infrastructure. Unit 3 is the Healthcare Technology, and Unit 4 is the Lean and IoT-based Kaizen. We have also associated fellows, consisting of experts from other school of engineering and also other faculties, and also from industries. So we are equipped with some basic and also advanced equipments, such as robotic welding, and then plasma cutting, water jet cutting, and also we have also our metallurgic laboratory, and not only the hardware, we have also equipped with the software. We have sophisticated and advanced software for supporting our advanced research, such as the MSc Mark, MSc software. We have also Simufab, for forming, additive manufacturing and welding. And also we are having Robot Studio for robotic welding. So we have actually some collaborations with international universities and also industries. So we have strong collaborations with Chemnitz University of Technology in Germany, Montan University in Leoben in Austria, Bochum University of Applied Science, and also with the Fraunhofer, and also we have strong collaborations with the software developer, such as the MSc software, and also Alte, and also Simufab. Not only commercial software, we are also using the open source. So nowadays, we are also focusing more and more on the open source software. So we managed since 2014, international receiving international grants, such as from Germany, from Austria, which is ASEA Uninet. The first actually the first ASEA Uninet we received in 2016. And from the AD we have also since actually 2014, something like that. And Erasmus Plus, of course. This is we received since actually 5-6 years ago. Through this international grant for mobility and also research, we managed to publish international joint publications. If you see in this table, we have published in high impact journals, and also we have our own journals, Journal of Mechanical Engineering, which is Scopus Index with Q3, And SMRI has also since last year, yeah, we have the Journal of Applied Engineering, Design and Simulation. Yeah, so if you would like to publish in our journals, yeah, please send your articles. Okay, we are also providing training courses, yeah, since actually since January, yeah, and starting in December we are conducting also metal additive manufacturing training course, yeah, for fresh graduates. Yeah, it is sponsored by Ministry of Higher Education. We come to the part 2. Yeah, this is the principle of additive manufacturing. As we might have known that in the industry 4.0, yeah, we have 9 clusters, yeah, of industry 4.0. But in Malaysia, the Ministry of Industry, yeah, Trade and Industry, they develop a new pillars. Yeah, they add 2 new pillars. Yeah, so consisting of more than 9 actually. We have here 11 pillars. Yeah, and at SMRI we are focusing on the simulations and additive manufacturing. So if you see in the report in 2020, we know that 3D printing, yeah, is one of the technology which is explored and investigated, yeah, more and more. Yeah, you can see also here the 17 technologies, yeah, explored in the industry 4.0. If you can see also the adoptions of the industry 4.0, of course the North America is leading. Yeah, so the leading adopters from North America is GE, and Boeing, and also Tesla. Yeah, in Europe is on the second place. Yeah, and then on the third place is China. Yeah, from Asia. Yeah, with 20%. Yeah, USA with 36%, Europe with 27%. Yeah, and China is with 20%. Yeah, so in Europe, yeah, of course the support is from Siemens, yeah, the leading adopters, yeah, and also ABB and BMW. Okay, we come to the additive manufacturing. So based on the STM, yeah, we can see here the definitions and the classifications. Yeah, so ASTM defines the additive manufacturing as a transformative approach to industrial production that enables the creations of lighter, stronger parts and systems by depositing layer by layer of feedstock material. Yeah, so you can see here 7 classification, yeah, of additive manufacturing, starting with the extrusions, material jetting, yeah, binder jetting, yeah, sheet laminations, yeah, fat polymerizations, powder bed fusions, and DED or directed energy depositions. In these presentations, yeah, we are going to focus on these 2, powder bed fusions and directed energy depositions, or DED. So before we go to the depth of these presentations, I would like to mention on the advantages. Yeah? A lot of people says that there are 6 advantages of additive manufacturing. Yeah, the first one is the accelerated time to the market. Yeah, and then distributed manufacturing, supply chain consolidations, yeah, design freedom, mass customizations, and low and mid volume production. So it means that by using the additive manufacturing here, yeah, we will open a new market, yeah, through drastic cost reduction, yeah, and also the possibility of the decarbonizations through the material innovation. If you see the publications in additive manufacturing since 2014, yeah, if you search the additive manufacturing and the Scopus, you see here that the curve is increasing. Yeah, so from 2014 to 2021, yeah, and then we are coming to the 2022. Yeah, it is not yet ended. Yeah, so I'm expecting that it is also a little bit more than 2021. So
at SMRI, we are actually focusing on two methods, yeah, which is the direct energy deposition. Yeah, this is actually for the large parts. Yeah, and then the other one is using powder bed. Yeah, so the first one is DED and the second one is the powder bed. Yeah, so for the DED, we are actually focusing on the wire arc additive manufacturing. Yeah, and for the powder bed, we are actually focusing on the laser powder bed fusions. Yeah, so you see here the examples of products, yeah, produced by using the direct energy depositions and also by using the powder bed. Okay, what is actually the problem, one of the problems, yeah, in this metal additive manufacturing? Yeah, you see first the process of WAM here. Yeah, so in wire arc additive manufacturing, yeah, normally we are using wire and then the arc. Yeah, it can be coming to this from the torch, yeah, from the torch, yeah, or also from the side. Yeah, so and then it will deposit the layer by layer. Yeah, and it creates also the molten pool. Yeah, and then we have the substrate here, and then we have the final shape of the component. Yeah, there are a lot of actually products, yeah, produced by using SWAM. This is in the middle here, this is actually from the Cranfield, yeah, for the aerospace component. On the other hand, selective laser melting, yeah, we are using a powder. Yeah, it will be layered by layer on the bed. Yeah, yeah, and with the help of the laser beam, yeah, the powder will be melted. Yeah, and the product will be formed. Yeah, and then we can see also the difference, yeah, between the nature of the product between both. So one of the focus of our investigations or of our research at SMRI is that to predict the distortions. Yeah, you can see here, yeah, if you have the one product, yeah, and then you can see also after the last layer, yeah, you can see, yeah, that if you release the clamp, yeah, the distortion is huge. Yeah, and also here, yeah, if you have the residual stress, yeah, if you have high residual stress, yeah, and then you can see also later on the separations of the parts or distortions, yeah, in the final component. Okay, we come to the part 3, yeah, on the design optimization method and process simulation. So this part is actually like experience sharing, yeah, on our current applied research, yeah, and also the directions, yeah, at SMRI. For the design optimizations method, yeah, we are actually focusing on a generative design and topology optimizations. Yeah, for information, GD is actually similar, yeah, to topology optimizations or TO, except no original part geometry is provided. Yeah, so that the final part function is defined within a given design space, yeah, according to similar instructions as with topology optimizations. Yeah, for example, the stress, yeah, fixed locations, etc. Yeah, plus the manufacturing constraints. Yeah, yeah. If you see here, yeah, on the small picture here, so it means that we have the rule algorithm, yeah, based on our source code. Yeah, so that our algorithm, yeah, will produce iteratively a series of solutions. Yeah, so that we have to analyze and select the best solutions, the best design. Yeah, and SMRI came up with one of the design optimization methods, the approach, yeah, so that we can use this design optimization method properly. Yeah, you see here, if we have the traditional design, yeah, and then we can do the design optimizations based on the starting shape or without that. So it means that if it is without that, so we have to define the obstacle geometry. Yeah, and then based on also our the rule algorithm, yeah, we can put the constraint. Yeah, for example, the strut density, manufacturing constraint, yeah, shape complexity, shape quality, yeah, symmetrical geometry, yeah, cost constraint, yeah, and so on and so forth, yeah. So and also the material, yeah. So and then we execute the generative design, yeah, or the topology optimizations, and then we have to analyze, yeah, the selections, and then we do the SSA, which is the static stress analysis, yeah. And then if the SSA modification is needed, yeah, then we have to do sculpting process here. This is a very important one, yeah? We do the sculpting process. If no, yeah, if no, then we can use this one, yeah. If the SSA is okay, then yeah, we can do the numerical computations for the process simulations, yeah. And then if we are convinced enough, then we can produce the parts by using the metal additive manufacture. Okay, some examples of the generative design available actually, as you can see also in the internet, yeah. There are some frame, yeah, of the motorcycle, yeah. This one is from the Airbus, yeah. The drone, yeah, the car frame, yeah, the sport rim, yeah, crankshaft, yeah, jet fuel nozzle, yeah. And also Volkswagen, yeah, they have the rim also, yeah, by using the generative design. But not only for the metal, yeah. Here this is the first commercial chair made using generative design, yeah, by Philippe Starck, yeah. I think one of the designer from France. We have tested the generative design on our aerospace product. This is an aileron bracket. Yeah, you can see here we are using two big software, which are the Autodesk Fusion 360 and also the MSc Apex. Yeah, you see here, yeah, from the conventional design, yeah, we come to the generative design. The design is very slim, very lightweight, yeah, and the strength must be also suitable. You see here the iterations, yeah, that it means that we have to select later on, yeah, which design is suitable for our purposes. Okay, if you see here the difference, yeah, between the conventional design and also the generative design, yeah, with these loads, yeah. So we see here the mass, yeah, with the generative design is 136 gram. Here is 325 grams, yeah. So you see here the weight reduction is about 59%, yeah. So if we do the sculpting, yeah, you see here this is before sculpting, yeah. Depends on the software you are using, yeah. You can if you use the Autodesk Fusion 360, you can do the sculpting, yeah. You see here, yeah. So if you do the sculpting, yeah, nicely, yeah, after the sculpting process, you can have again, yeah, reduction, yeah, to become 32% with similar safety factors. All right. On the other hand, by using the MSc Apex, yeah, the objective is different. Yeah, in MSc Apex, yeah, they are more focused on the stress goal. They call it, yeah, the stress goal. Yeah. So here, yeah, at the 64 iterations, yeah, we can have 62% of mass reductions here. Yeah. So it depends on the software you are using. Yeah, we have both softwares, yeah, at our institute at the moment. Okay, another research we are focusing on is actually on the lattice structure. Yeah, so you have to differentiate between the generative design and also the lattice structure. Yeah, so we are focusing on the TPMS, triply periodic minimal surface. Yeah, so we have here diamond, yeah, gyroid, yeah, and also the Schwarz. Yeah, so actually we are focusing on the gyroid. Yeah. And then we try also to simulate, yeah, by using different various softwares, yeah, so that we can see that which one is which inclination angle is the best, yeah, for that kind of the lattice structure. All right, so the new direction at SMRI on this topology optimizations or TO and generative design is actually to combine, yeah, the lattice and the topology optimizations or GD. Yeah, so we know that we have the topology optimization of the GD, yeah, and we have the lattice optimization. So we would like here to combine the lattice-based TO or lattice-based GD. Yeah, it means that the lattice is not on the whole areas here, yeah, but only the several areas, yeah, which we put the lattice structure on it. So this is actually the directions of the design optimization method at SMRI. So another directions at SMRI is actually to replace the valve. Yeah, so by having this generative design also, yeah, or topology optimizations. Yeah, you see here we are using also software, yeah, to actually to design a component, yeah, so that the pressure drop is actually equivalent to the valve. Yeah, so you see here also sculpting is used here, yeah, before sculpting, yeah, and then after sculpting, yeah. So after we do the generative design, yeah, then we do the sculpting, yeah. So you see also the results here. So we are also analyzing by using simulations, yeah, the generative design, yeah, we are calculating the pressure drop. Yeah, so this is actually the original design before we do the generative design, and then we do also the design simulations. Yeah, we are using another software for the CFD, yeah, so that we would like to know the pressure drop. We are based on the generative design and the design simulations. Of course, later on we are going to do the experiment, yeah. So the experiment, yeah, for validating the generative design and also the design simulation. So this is actually a new direction for the generative design or for the oil and gas industry. Okay, so before we do the printing, using the plastic 3D printing first, yeah, we are also investigating which inclination angle is the best, yeah, so that we don't have the support structure internally, yeah. Yeah, because the internal support structure is one of the problem also if we have that kind of sophisticated design. All right, so in terms of the process simulation, yeah, so we differentiate between three simulations method, which is the macro, yeah, and the meso and the micro. Yeah, so you see here the method, yeah, so we are using layering, yeah, with lumping, yeah, or for the meso we can use the lumping moving and lumping and layering, yeah, and in the micro is non-lumping. Yeah, you see here also the computational time is actually macro is very short, yeah, meso is short, yeah, or shorter, and micro is long. Yeah, it depends on the applications actually. And you see here level of details also, this is the very low, yeah, meso is lower, yeah, and this is high, yeah. So the quality of result, yeah, this is sufficient, yeah, good or better. This one is very good actually. This we are focusing on the micro here. And required material data, this is a very low, yeah, meso is high and micro is very high, yeah. So the user, it depends, yeah. So the industry loves to use the macro, yeah, and also meso, yeah, for R&D and industry, yeah. For micro is normally R&D institutions would like to do this kind of method. This is an example of analyzing the distortion in a bid on print, we call it, yeah, using the macro scale simulations or inherent strain method. Yeah, in the inherent strain method, of course, we have to insert the inherent strain. Yeah, so the inherent strain we have to calculate, yeah, so by using these simple equations actually, yeah. So you can see also in a lot of publications, yeah, on this equations, yeah. So we need also the heat input, yeah, we have also the thick coefficients, yeah, we need also the thermal expansion coefficient, specific heat capacity, and also the mass and density. You see here, yeah, between the TMM, yeah, between TMM experiment and also the macro scale, sorry, between the meso scale, macro scale, and also the experiment, you see, yeah, the accuracy is quite similar, yeah, between macro and meso scale, but in terms of the calculation time, you see here, yeah, TMM is very high, yeah. You need long time to calculate by using the meso scale or the thermomechanical method. So here we are using meso scale or thermomechanical method, yeah, for warm, yeah, with the substrate. So it means that with the substrate, this is the substrate, Yeah, this is for the ready-to-use metal additive manufacturing. Yeah, and then we use the material modeling. Yeah, based on the from the software database. Yeah, from the filler wire. Yeah, and from the component. Yeah, we are using our SEM to characterize. Yeah, and then using the material modeling software for modeling the flow curve. Yeah, and then we see here that the relative error, yeah, if you use the database, yeah, of the software, you see here this is around 20%. Yeah, if you use the database based on the filler wire, you see here is around 8%. Yeah, so if you use from the component, yeah, you see here is around 6%. So it means that if you would like to simulate properly, yeah, you have to consider the material. Okay, another example is without substrate here. Yeah, so it means that only the components. But the problem is that the software doesn't support, yeah, for calculating without substrates or only the component like this. Yeah, so it means that additional subroutine modifications must be done here. Yeah. So you see here actually the without substrate. Yeah, we are doing using the 3D scanner. Yeah, so you see here the average percentage error, yeah, by using the mesoscale simulations is around 3%. Yeah, for this wire arc additive manufacturing only on the component. Okay, another example is for SLM. Yeah, using the macro scale simulations. Yeah, you see here that the computational time again, yeah, can be reduced up to 39%. Yeah, so if you use the macro scale simulations. What about the mesoscale? Yeah, so the mesoscale we have done also for our aileron bracket. Yeah, you see here, yeah, the average error is 1.3%. Yeah, but the computational time you see here, yeah, 14 hours. Yeah, okay. So and then we think that why not if we combine the meso and macro? Yeah, because for the macro we need for inherent strain can be we calculate manually or empirically, or we are using the calibrations. Yeah, but the calibrations is very tedious. Yeah, so that we are trying to do the virtual calibration test, yeah, based on the mesoscale. Yeah, so we have done here. Yeah, you see here the accuracy is around 4 to 5%. Yeah, so by using this meso macro scale simulations, we are also applying this meso macro scale simulation for analyzing the distortion on aileron bracket. If you can see here, the virtual calibration test has also the material properties based on the component, and the flow curve is obtained by from the material modeling software. So you can see here the result of the aileron bracket, the distortion. So the percentage mean error is around 5.5%, and the computational time for this multi-scale simulations is around 5 hours and 9 minutes. So if we compare with the computational time of mesoscale simulation, which is 14 hours 39 minutes, so this computational time by using this meso macro scale simulation is reduced drastically. In the macro scale simulation or ISM, we are using the inherent strain equation as stated here, and the distortion will be calculated by using the elastic FEM. But before we calculate the distortion, we need to optimize the value of the inherent strain by having optimizations method, which is the Nelder-Mead optimizations equation. So we should find the minimum error for the distortion by having these equations. The UTMM is actually the distortion from the virtual calibration test, and the UTOT, this one is actually the total distortion obtained from the experiment. So this UTOT is actually obtained from the Murukawa equations as stated below. The Nelder-Mead optimizations flow process is as follow. At first, we should evaluate the function at initial point, and then we make the exploratory moves at the initial point, and then if the present functional value below the initial point, then we make again the exploratory move, yeah, until the error is satisfied, and then we can calculate the optimized inherent state. Another applications of the mesoscale simulation is to predict the grain growth of wire arc additive manufacturing. This case study is conducted by using the robotic welding equipment at our institute, and then we try to measure the heat transfer coefficient metal to metal and metal to environment, because we don't want to use the default value in the simulation software. And we found out that the value is very different, yeah, compared to the simulation software. And then we characterize also the material by having by using our spark spectrometer, and then we are also using dilatometer to calculate the modified kinetic constant and also the activation energy by at different temperature range. Yeah, so the calculations of the grain growth prediction is actually solved by having the ordinary differential equations with the help of the Runge-Kutta numerical method. Apart from that, we are also modeling the heat source. We are also not using the normal Goldach double ellipsoid, so we are also writing the code for the rectangular heat source model. So if you see here the result, yeah, of our grain size predictions, you see here the initial one is actually 11.2 micrometer. So the predicted one is 21.9 micrometer, and the experimental is around 23.2. So we have actually the error percentage of 5.6% by using the equations of the grain growth prediction. The microscale simulation is quite new at our institute. This method is planned to analyze the stress strain behavior and also the cycle number of fatigue crack initiation. So we are using here open source software, which is Damas, and also we are using the Dream 3D here, yeah, and also MTEX, yeah. So you can see here by using the Nakamura equations, yeah, we can calculate the cycle number for the fatigue crack initiation. This is actually the first result, yeah, by using the Nakamura method, yeah, and then we have compared with the experiment. So of course the result is not yet good, so we can improve actually the results by having the right value, yeah, for these variables or parameters. Another one application at our institute is actually planned for the oil and gas industry. This is the preliminary study for fabricating or producing the flange. Yeah? So this is not made at our institute. This is just for the illustration that we would like to fabricate that kind of product. For this preliminary study, we have analyzed the distortions with substrate, and we simulate different plate thickness for the substrate ranging from 5 millimeter, 10 millimeter, 20 millimeter, and 30 millimeter. So you can see also here the result of the distortion, the simulated distortion. So you can see here, yeah, for 5 millimeter plate thickness, yeah, so we can reach up to 2.13 millimeter. Yeah, for the 10 millimeter, 1.775. Yeah, for 20 millimeter is 0.5, and then for 30 millimeter is 0.1925 millimeter. And we have also analyzed the distortion without substrate. This is actually quite interesting for us, yeah, so that we can know what kind of distortions we are expecting. So for the plate thickness 5 millimeter, we can see here the distortion, the maximum distortions is 2.5 millimeter. For 10 millimeters, we can have this 1.36 millimeter. For 20 millimeter, we will have 1 millimeter, and for 30 millimeters, we have 0.85 millimeter. Not only the distortion, we are also measured the residual stress, without a substrate. So you can see also here the different point location for the plate thickness 5 millimeter, 10 millimeter, 20 millimeter, and also 30 millimeter. You can see here the thicker the substrate plate is, the more is the residual stress. Now we come to the last part, which is the conclusion. So before we come to the conclusive remarks, I would like to present here the proposed 11 steps for quality product of SLM and WOM. On the left side is actually for the SLM. So we start with this generative design, and then the most important thing is we have to do the selection, and then we have to do also the static stress analysis, and then the reanalysis, and then the sculpting. So if the analysis of the stress is not so sufficient, then we have to come back for the sculpting before we do the process simulations. If the process simulations is sufficient, the distortion residual stress is optimized, then we can send to the printer for fabricating the products and then for the application. On the right side is for the WOM. So by additive manufacturing, the most important thing here is actually we have to know the capacity of our equipment, because by using WOM we cannot have the details, of the product. For example, the small holes and so on and so on, you have to remove first. Also here we have to do the simulations, the process simulations, and also for the welding robot. We have also to program, and the most important thing also, one of the most important thing is also the tool design, and this is also one of the our focus right now, how to have the where to have the clamping, where is the locations, and so on and so forth, before we do the fabrications by using the welding process, and then to the application. As general remarks, I can summarize that the technologies of iHub 4.0 can support us in managing and optimizing many aspects of manufacturing process. The additive manufacturing is the future of manufacturing process. Simulation can help us, can save time and money. Some factors should be considered to obtain best result, such as material and geometrical modeling. From our experience, if you use the material from database, the error can be up to 20%. If you use the actual material, then you can have the error up to 5 to 10%. The simulations can be divided into some scales, for example, macro, meso, micro, etc. And the selections of scale depends on objective, for example, for R&D or industry. And the multi-scales or combined scales can be used for obtaining fast and accurate results. Generative design allows coding to design, material can be saved, and design variations can be provided. Last but not least, the optimized distortion and residual stress are to be found. Okay, I come to the end of my presentation. On behalf of Smart Manufacturing Research Institute, we welcome academic collaboration, especially with the Christian University in Indonesia, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. If you would like to collaborate with us in research or student development or staff exchange and so on and so forth, please contact us. You can find us in our website, smri.uitm.edu.my, or you can also find us in the LinkedIn, under SMRI UITM, or you can also contact myself, Jupiter HP Manurung, by using the LinkedIn. Thank you very much. I hope we can see each other in the future. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Professor Manurung, for the interesting presentation, and also thank you for You have introduced us your center and also your activities in your centers, and also the possibility of collaboration between your university and Christian University of Indonesia. And then the next speaker for this session is Professor Haman Riza. Before Professor Riza presents his speech, I would like to introduce himself. Professor Riza finished his bachelor degree in electrical engineering, majoring electronics and control systems from the Bandung Institute of Technology, and a Master of Science degree in computer science from the University of Kentucky, USA. Professor Riza earned his Doctor of Engineering degree in electrical engineering from the Bandung Institute of Technology. Professor Riza is now a professor in the area of artificial intelligence at the University of Shah Kuala. Professor Riza has extensive experiences in ICT with emphasis in research and innovation corporate management, with research interest in language technology, enterprise information system, broadband communication, including exposure in research, development, and operation of IT system and network. Professor Riza held several government positions such as President, CEO, Executive Chief Information Officer, Deputy Chairman, and Director of Center for the ICT at the Agency for Assessment and Application Technology, Indonesia. He was the Director of Science and Technology Information Network at the same institution, the first licensed Internet Service Provider in Indonesia. Professor Riza has received many awards and citations, including Satya Lencana Karya Satya 30 years, Satya Lencana Pembangunan, Satya Lencana Wirakarya from the President Republic of Indonesia. He's also received Best CTO Award from Bogda Association and iTech Magazine. Professor Riza is the President, Chairman, Vice President, and also member of several organizations such as Korika, IATI, Asian CIO Association, Pandi Mastel, and APGII. My request Professor Riza to present his speech. Professor Riza? Okay. Your voice. Unmute. Professor Riza, we cannot hear your voice.
You cannot
Yes,
hear me?
yes, we can hear now.
Okay, you can hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So thank you again for the moderator and for inviting me to be part of this great international conference. I'm very honored to be part of the speaker here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Greetings to everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is quite interesting that I am invited to this conference, which has a very specific theme, and I think this theme correlates of what is really happening around almost everywhere globally, and certainly, as you know, we just had a very great the G20 conference meeting here in Indonesia as a part of the presidency of G20, and there is three topics that we have covered in this G20, namely the energy transitions, global health architectures, and digital transformation. So, taking this into account, please allow me to share with all of you, all the speakers, panelists, and all the participants of this great conference about how we foresee these smart applications as part of the digital transformation in order for us to ride the journey toward the smart living environment, or we can say society 5.0. Civilization revolutions bring us the new paradigm of doing economic development, doing national development, equipping us with Industry 4.0 technology, which eventually will take us to Society 5.0, right? And the driver for this civilization revolutions is all the disruptive technology that we encounter nowadays. Is a paradigm shift from just doing conservative manufacturing into advanced manufacturing. Going to go for the healthcare, just conventional healthcare into a smart healthcare. All these are enabled by the driver of the civilization, the industrial revolutions, where you basically know about all this technology. Currently, we are looking at some terminology for all this kind of technology. We call this ABCD: X, A for AI, B for blockchain, C for cloud, D for big data or data analytic or data science. And then you can have many other things like cybersecurity, Web3, and many other things in terms of digital transformations. So the Society 5.0, which is, a term that was supposed to be a reflection of an ecosystem, as a super smart society. This is all are powered by digital transformation. Digital transformation which will affect all the private lives, public administration, industrial structures, employment, and most of this technology, AI, big data, IoT, and many others technology, you can name it. Actually, we have so much technology now that we don't have a specialization in order for us to grab the whole benefit of this technology. But certainly, a solution for better human life is there through the use of and the utilization of this technology. Transformation is the key toward this smart society, and you can list down all the biggest area where it is being driven by digital transformation, especially that we find us in a new world order. In a new world order. It's not. I'm not talking about the war. We are talking about the war against COVID-19, for example. After this pandemic, digital transformations have been accelerated for the last 2 years, and it is really common, just like what we are doing now, that we are hosting this event through a hybrid mechanisms, both offline or physical in person, and virtual event or online event. And digital transformations are happening in many areas of our life, whether it is building up cities and regions, energy, disaster preventions, healthcare, agriculture, logistics, supply chains, digital supply chains, manufacturing. I think we just heard the keynote about the smart manufacturing system that have been presented earlier, also finance and public services. All these are being driven by digital transformations. And in fact, digital transformation is the mainstream of our national development planning. Our national development planning towards Indonesia 2045 have put us as a vision, Indonesia as a world-class creative and digital economy center. And it is something that we, we as a society going forward, would like to have the greatest opportunity to be successful in digital transformations. Broadband expansions, the e-government, utilization of ICT infrastructures, for example, in education, health, agriculture, e-commerce, and Industry 4.0 platform. Strengthening the digital talents, the human resource in digital technology, whether it is AI, IoT, cloud computing, all of this needs really a super talent in order for us to be successful in developing this. And certainly the technology adoption, which I will talk later on. But in fact, sorry, this is in Indonesia. I just want to be to take this to our local context. Yeah, AI is driving the digital transformation. In fact, the president himself have said that AI will ease the bureaucracy and it will create a government system which is fast, responsive, inclusive, yeah, toward the whole public services that are required by the citizen of Indonesia. So in this case, we certainly look on the enabling factors of digital transformations in order for us to have these smart applications for the smart living environment or Society 5.0. And let me ask you to join me in discussing about one particular technology, which is artificial intelligence, the use of automata process, especially low-level process that are performed consistently at high speed. Thus, it will enable the efficiency and effectiveness of doing repetitive work and which humans are prone to error created through to the lack of accuracy and precision. And it is going to be AI which will dominate most of the smart application that we are going to talk about in a few more slides. So, is Indonesia is ready to implement AI to basically foster the innovation-driven economy or the digital economy or a journey toward the Society 5.0 for Indonesia 2045? Let us look on what we have now. I want to introduce you to the Indonesian National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence, which was launched back in 2020. This is really about 3 months after the first and the second case of COVID-19 hit Indonesia in March 2020. And basically, we work our way to have our first national AI strategy, the use of artificial intelligence technology that aims to increase productivity in government and businesses and other sectors. And these books, this document are in the process of being included in the forthcoming presidential regulation or purpose that we are know, and there are basically 5 priority areas: healthcare, bureaucratic reforms, education, research, food security, mobility, and smart city. This is again our president saying that whoever leads in AI will lead the world. And I think basically this is something that every leaders in many countries have put forward this statement. And specifically, President Jokowi highlights that AI is one of the means of winning the global race in terms of putting Indonesia as the topmost country in economic by the year 2030 and the year 2045 as a top 3 country in terms of their economic capacity. And AI will be part of this race, and it is all of us that will participate in bringing this smart application, smart system, smart environment, smart living environment, society 5.0 as part of our achievement. The grand vision of Indonesia 2045, which have put forward here as our national development vision, have affect the build-up of our Indonesia national AI strategy. There are 5 areas that I have mentioned, and it is built upon 4 strong pillars, which is ethics and policy studies, AI talent development, infrastructures and data, research and industrial innovation. In ethics and policy, certainly we are going to see that the based on ethical principle and legal conditions that apply to artificial intelligence, policies, and manage human resources. And as you know, our ideology, Pancasila, is part of the ethics and policy that is going to be part of the artificial intelligence research and innovation ecosystem. Because AI is a human-derived product, the supervision that is carried out is human-centric. So human-centric AI is something that we want to have. An ethical AI, a trustworthy AI, an artificial intelligence system that do not have any bias on doing recognitions, identifications. We are also looking at the ethical principle of policies for AI, human resources, and digital infrastructures and data, the National AI Research and Innovation Ecosystem. For the talent of development, especially we look at the competitive talent with character, and every pillars are break down into a quick win program and AI national program. I will just highlight one of our very important pillars here, which is the research and industrial innovations. And I wish that all of you participants, especially academia from UKI, Fakultas Kristen Indonesia, will be part of the ongoing acceleration of the national economic growth and building the Indonesian national product, adopting artificial intelligence and many related technologies. Again, AI is a big question for all of us, whether we will be successful or not. So I will bring to you some of the challenges for all of us in Indonesia to bring up the AI use cases for Indonesia 2045. The greatest potential for AI we have found is to create value. Yeah, in creating value in use cases, so that we can establish analytical techniques such as regression and classification techniques that can already be used, but where neural network techniques would provide higher performance or generate additional insights and applications. This is true for 69% of the AI use cases identified in the McKinsey studies. Yeah, notes from the AI frontier, insights from hundreds of use cases, and we are questioning ourselves how the greenfield of AI solutions can be obtained from the talents, from the startup companies and the industry in Indonesia, so we can create a logistic supply chains of this technology inside our domestic market before going further to a global market. It challenges us, whether we are going to be dependent to all AI applications that are being developed by other industry in other country, from other countries. So we keep importing the whole kind of technology. Or are we going to struggle and create a leapfrog in this AI? Because I think everybody start learning AI at the same time, And even though we have two superpower, China and US, as the predominant countries creating the AI application, but I believe that many of our talents here, many of our young entrepreneurs are ready, to be part of this technological innovation toward society 5.0. We have around 20 years, to basically bring our country to Indonesia 2045. We have a very strong background in the pursuing innovative technologies, and especially in AI use cases where possible applications are abundant and limitless, unlimited. So it is to your creative thinking and design thinking for all of us, to be able to develop some of the really AI use cases that is needed by our domestic market. So we just started last year to establish some of use cases for AI in Indonesia. This is a book that is publicly available as a form of gratitude for the implementation of collaboration between all the entities that have produced the national AI strategy, which is what helix stakeholders, government, industry, academic, and communities. So we have reached out to all the people, to the expert, to the talents that have being able to create the first 22 use cases of AI in Indonesia. So you are welcome to observe and study this book. In fact, we have done twice, basically, bedah buku. The review of these books is all in Indonesia. Some only a few are in English, but you are very much welcome. You can see the use cases for even in text for the beneficiary owner, Pemanfaatan teknologi dalam mendeteksi real beneficiary owner dalam perspektif perpajakan Indonesia, for example. It is given by Pak Fanani dari Dirjen Pajak. Also, we have invited Pak Setiaji to be one of the penanggap, or the speaker toward the use cases, perkembangan penerapan kecerdasan artifisial di bidang kesehatan dan peran regulatory sandbox dalam memodulasi prosesnya yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Tauhid Nur Azhar ya di sini. So some of the use cases actually are really affecting our progress in the global area. Take for example AI for COVID-19, which use the medical imaging such as X-ray and CT scan. This will complement the
I'm sorry
use
to
of
interrupt you,
PCR.
Professor Rizal, that you have 5 minutes left to finish your presentation. Please continue. We cannot hear your voice, Professor Rizal. We cannot hear your voice, Professor Rizal.
It's something that everybody needs. Because everyone have some, not a common sickness, but access of diagnosis, and both by doing the drug therapy, which drug is needed for a special person. It is something that AI can also improve the acceleration of drug discovery. Also in smart city, which makes use of AI, cloud-based services, and Internet of Things, connected sensor, lights, and meters to collect and analyze data. AI enables smart urban solutions, which brings multiple benefits, including more efficient energy, water and waste management, reduce pollution. And you can really see the progressing of the collaboration and combinations, the integrations of all the fundamental technologies for digital transformation, such as like AI and IoT for smart city application, which can readily available for toward the new capital city of Indonesia, IKM. So we are going to really master this technology in order for us to achieve and win the global race in society 5.0. Last but not least, something that are really coming forward very strongly is about ESG, and I want to bring to your attentions on the on this special topic, which is environmental, social, and governance. As you know, climate change, biodiversity, water efficiency, that really affects environmental, and also some that affect the social and governance. This is the way to go for our new business strategy in and investment, in technological innovation. And I believe all of us should be aware of this coming forward for the ESG. Take, for example, the use cases for fighting the disaster because of earthquake. We just had an earthquake, but no tsunami, but certainly tsunami early warning system is much needed. And this is where you can see the applicability of artificial intelligence and data science are being needed. We can also observe the past experience on how will big data and AI contribute to forest fire prevention, kebakaran hutan dan lahan, karhutla, which annually we have this. AI and big data will also collaborate in order for us to have some of the most important predictive modeling, for us to fight the forest fire, and to prevent the forest fire. And we can use, you can see here, some of the MVP, minimum viable product, to have predictive modeling for forest fire. Some of these are already being researched and experimented, by the team at BPPT, now under National Research and Innovation Agency, and we welcome everyone from UKI to participate in the continuing improvement of the system by having a better and a young talents with really a strong patience toward research and innovation. I think, thank you so much. That's all from me. So join us at our associations in artificial intelligence, corica.id. Thank you so much, Pak. And I return back to you, Pak Moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Riza. Let's give big applause to Professor Riza. Next, we'll open room for question and answers. But unfortunately, Professor Manurung is not with us for today. If you have questions for him, you may write on the chat room, or you can contact him directly by using his email, or you can send to the organizing committee. The organizing committee will forward your questions to Professor Manurung. And now, there is one participant now from Hedi Darmawan. Could you, maybe you can start your question, Hedi Darmawan, please. Hedi. Where is Hedi?
2025 and 2035.
I saw his picture on the screen before.
Prepare for next generation workplace dominated by robots.
Or we can proceed to Lolom Evalita.
I got this kind of question so many times actually. So,
and Hedi, can you hear me?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can go ahead and
yes. We can hear you. We can hear.
From
I need to ask some questions to you.
Lolom. Yeah.
Can you hear me? I'm Hedi.
Yes.
Okay. So based on this is good presentation, sir. I'm very interested in your presentation, and I have some questions. So as you mentioned on your previous presentation, that nowadays we are facing a lot of difficulties in finding also called the sensor or whatever the electronic components that we have to import from other countries. Is there any action or is there any effort from you guys that nowadays that we don't want to import any longer, so we can produce, we can manufacture in our country, especially in Malaysia or Indonesia. So up to now we are still importing some components from overseas, like from China or something. Is there any effort? So by having manufacturing in our country, so it can reduce our costs, so it can create jobs for our people here. What is your comment on that?
Yeah. I think, yes, you are basically right with that question. And I think this question is something that everybody ponder from time to time. But certainly, up until now, we are very much for electronics. We are just an importer of this electronics part. Yeah, even though we have some industry here. Yeah, you can say they are electronic equipment manufacturers, but some of the state of the art in devices, in networking equipment, in servers, in many of IT-related equipments, you are still being net imported.
Especially in AI.
Yeah, but for AI, this is going to be a different story, Pak Hedi. Why do I say that? Is because AI is about the data, yeah, the data and the model and the machine learning model. This is something that are the bread and butter of artificial intelligence product. Yes. So in this case, we will have really a big opportunity to be the leader in AI, because it is about a brainware. This is about our capacity, whether our people, our young generation, or whether our new entrepreneurs, yeah, entrepreneurs are going to make use of this technology as part of their products. Yeah. So you can imagine right now, compared to many other countries in ASEAN region itself, Indonesia is the largest startup company. Yeah, we cannot say it's startup. If it is a unicorn, it's just bigger than what. And I believe there are more coming within a couple of years. Yeah. So we are not going to import. If you talk about face recognition, for example, there are so many people, companies in Indonesia, local companies, are being the leader solution provider, whether it is for the police or for the many other ministries. They use the local foreign local AI product for face recognition, for example, for anomaly detection, or it is for speech using bahasa Indonesia, natural language processing, which can have a sentiment analysis of social media and many other things. So I believe we can be our own producer of this technology. Right? I hope that will answer. But of course, yeah, the thing that some of the in other area of manufacturing, there's still a net import. Yeah, that's why President last time you certainly more about this, that he was really asking that we have to have priority over our national product. Don't buy the imported product. If we can produce the equipment of the product. The example now is fantastic to yes, local content. Even have. Yes, you are true. That's right. The local content like tingkat component dalam negeri. Yeah. The percentage are being increased for certain product, and if it is being produced like if you are in the oil and gas, we need pipe. The pipe mostly is imported from mining, right? Which actually some of the industry are readily being able to produce the pipe.
Thank you very much, Professor Riza. You still have 2 questions, whether you can see it on your screen or not.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
One is from
Lola,
yeah.
yeah.
The question from Lolo.
Yeah.
I think you're right. You don't need to worry. I think we need to take advantage of this remote programs. It doesn't mean that everything can be replaced by robots. Of course, there is utopia and dystopia. The utopia is that much of the problem that appearing global, like climate change, you know, the zero emissions, the energy, the net zero, the energy transition can be solved using artificial intelligence. And on the other extreme, dystopia, some people talk about forward apocalypse, yang forward. Akhirnya manusia itu perbudak oleh robot. That's not true. I don't want to have dystopia. I just want to have utopia. Much of the things that we are going forever, that robot kelas mobil will have. That's why you see Tesla using 80% of their facility using power to produce the Tesla electric vehicle. And we can do a better job than the robot can do, because we are humans. And human, that's why I like the term trustworthy AI. I think the AI can trust to do a certain job, not all the jobs that can do. And we can focus on a better job that needs the humanity, human-centered AI. This is something that all the young talent, the digital talent of Indonesia should focus on. I hope that answers the question. And that's, I think this probably the list that I think also depend on electricity or energy or sustainability, but just from fossil energy, the cost is still higher here. Yes. How can we solve? We have the net zero emissions roadmap there to 2060. Yeah. So certainly it will take time, but a lot of things are happening, especially in the energy transition. Working group during the G20, they have laid out a certain plan to achieve by 2025, which is another 2 years, we should achieve 33% of the electricity or energy usage coming from renewable energy. I think some of the associations are really working on this, including how we can develop hydrogen and the use of electric vehicles in order for us to cut the need for fossil fuel. I think that is something that we all want to achieve, and we can work out together in order for us to resolve the issue. Thank you so much. I think that's the end of my session here, because I have some other group as well. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Riza. Habiskan ya. Do you still have times? Or?
No, I have to excuse me, but I have
Okay. Okay, no, it's okay. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, Professor Riza, for. Okay. Let's give it a question. Thank you very much, Professor Riza and Professor Manurung, for your interesting presentation for this afternoon. And this is the last of session 2. I'm sure that we learn a lot from this presentation, from this session, from session 1 and session 2. And now, let us proceed to the next program. May I hand over this program to Pak Berto, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause once again. We thank so much Professor Marpaung, the honorable speakers, and the participants for the tremendous plenary session. And on that note, we wrapped up the plenary session 1 and plenary session 2. We thank Professor Marpaung, and please go back to the seat provided for you. Professor, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the parallel session. The session will be moderated by Dr. Pinondang Simanjuntak. And Dr. Pinondang Simanjuntak is a lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia. He graduated from Universitas Kristen Indonesia in 1987 and completed his doctoral degree from Universitas Negeri Jakarta in 2019. He's been working on numerous research and projects related to engineering. And this year, he just completed his engineering assessor competency. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Pinondang Simanjuntak.
Okay, thank you to the host, Mr. Herto. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to ICoSAE International Conference. This is the second series of international conference aiming to give inspiration for all of us to share and learn together about the sustainable architecture and engineering. If you are interested in engineering sustainability, this is the right place for you to hear many research results presentation that will be discussed by us together. In the previous session, there have been several share sessions from keynote speakers. This time we'll be here to sharing session from our two speakers who have experience in various research and application inside and outside the country. They are Professor Frederick Joseph Putuhena and Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim. It's been an honor for us to hear your presentation for this event. Let's give them both a round of applause. Before presentation, let me introduce in more detail about the speaker. First, Professor Frederick Joseph Putuhena, already stand by. Good evening, Professor. And let's look the summary of curriculum vitae. Professor Putuhena, such as he had academic qualification, professor by degree of Menteri Pendidikan Nasional RI 2003, and then PhD in civil engineering from State University of New York at Buffalo, United States of America. He had also academic assignment, full professor in urban drainage and water resources management at Universitas Pembangunan Jaya, 2019 until today. Also, he had a membership some engineers association like hydraulic engineers, surveyor, urban and regional infrastructure system, and photogrammetry and remote sensing engineer. He had some research project such as several study on urban drainage and water resources engineering, funded by national and international institutions, and many of his research articles have been published at national and international level. Now, before start the presentation, I would like to convey next, after the two speakers have finished their presentation, you can ask a question. If you have any question during the presentation, just type your question into the chat box or raise your hand. At the end of speaker's session, me as a moderator would invite you to activate the microphone so you can ask your question to the speaker directly. And last, we really appreciate if you could give us a feedback at the end of the session to our speaker. Do not forget to mention your name and institution and the question addressed to whom. So, now it is time for Professor Frederick Butuhena to deliver his presentation with the topic Semarang Cascade Steps to Inclusive and Sustainable Growth. Now we invite Professor Frederick. Time is yours. Yes.
come back to the comprehensive approach of the water resource development, in this case, Semarang. So this is the problem, like we endanger relatively just 0.5 meter above the sea water level, and the soil waste in the area, in the mangrove area, and sinking house in the marine village. Then, what is important is one cascade to adopt as adoption project for in the climate change. So, it is the study of the Semarang Cascade Adaptation Project has been done by the RS, this is the 2019, to the budget from the Netherlands. Idea has to be continuous with the study, with the design, and other supporting studies. So this is where we need the funding for this continuation of the study and make the project realizing the project. Semarang Cascade is a pilot project for mitigating climate change and urbanization in the urban area with a steep hill area, cascade, and flat narrow coastal area and experiencing the range of seasons as well as increasing the tidal flood. This is common in our city, so this pilot project is good and we replicate to others. Semarang Cascade is and this is the details, yeah, the details from the story mounted terrace, or the landslide and landslide risk reduction. What is the benefit? What is the co-benefit? It increase access to water to 600,000 million, 100,000 at the time. And what is the benefit? Estimated it's up to 600,000 inhabitants provided surface water. And once we get this, get the farm, yeah, the water company, then public also have to pay for it, and that's the kind of financing the project also, yeah. So reduce less flat. So what is the benefit and what is the cost of it? You can see at the bottom here, benefit as the cost and the support Foggy Mountains terraces.
Prof. Putuhena, your time 5 minutes more.
Okay, so to skip this one, the benefit and cost identification, and then this is if you want to make the detail of our business, to see this project is promising, this project is not promising. And then, yeah, if you want to ask funding from the Green Climate Fund, then we have to expose to them that the project is useful for climate adaptation action or climate adaptation action. In this case, Semarang is more to the climate adaptation action. So here is the details what impact for the project or climate adaptation for the climate mitigation is not so much only the pollution, and then for the adaptation is total details that you can see what is the contribution of this project with the for the climate adaptation action. Now we are preparing the concept note. If you want to have loan from the World Bank, or in this case, you are the World Bank was from the climate and green climate fund. Because the PPF is for the World Bank and the other is for the green climate aids. So, yeah, this is the scope of the smart estate that we want to put part of it as for the yeah, this is with the early which part of the project is for the building project. So for the World Bank and from the Green Climate Fund and from the people, the details is there. And then this is the Green Climate Fund. We have to align our proposal, our whole country programs. This is here with the Green Climate Fund. The progress of concept of finalization is they want to get loan from the World Bank, and you have to have green light from this, yeah, from the National Legislative Authority, in this case, the Ministry of Finance. This approach. Also, there is private companies, if they start multi-infrastructure, they are accredited entity already, have accredited entity of the World Bank. Now, Baku only zone power, whether it is the city, province, or central government.
Okay. Your your time is mostly finished. Yep. Okay. Thank you for the excellent presentation from Professor Frederick Joseph Putuhena. Let's applaud for Professor Frederick. I think the point of speech would be right. How to handle the floods in Semarang City, and one of the method or system to handle the flood in Semarang, like Semarang Cascade, and I think this is the one of interesting method for us, because we have now increased sea level. Because of increased sea level, many cities in the world can have flood, and also Semarang City, I think. So now the pilot project Semarang Cascade system to handle the flood with water management knowledge. So I think this is one of the best for us to hear. Okay, and then now we can go to the next presenter is Professor Muhammad. Professor Muhammad, Professor Dr. Muhammad is the lecturer in Unimas, University Malaysia Sarawak. Let's look summary curriculum vitae, such as prior to becoming an academic in November 1994, he was a practicing consultant, PhD in civil engineering from Tohoku University. His area of expertise in concrete technology, particularly self-compacting and lightweight foam concrete. He had held some administration positions, such as program coordinator, head of department, director of quality and strategy, assistant of vice chancellor at University Malaysia Sarawak. And presently, he and his team are focused on promoting an innovative design of road embankment on pit soil. So before start the presentation, I would like to convey, after the two speaker, after the Professor Muhammad finish their presentation, you can ask question. If you have any question during the presentation, just type your question into the chat box or raise your hand. So now it is time to Professor Dr. Muhammad to deliver his presentation on the topic Smart Living in Industry 5.0, Combating Future Using Resonance Frequency Technology. Please, Professor Dr. Muhammad, time is yours. Yes. Afternoon.
Officially, I am in this work together with Dr. Steve Xiao and Dr. Essen Chan from Taiwan. And the main role of our work is basically to communicate our stakeholders through our research and also to check the world. Basically, what we're talking about today is about resonance frequency. Okay, next slide please. Resonance frequency is nothing new basically. And when we talk about industry 4.0, 5.0, a lot of attention came to digitalization and computer, internet, and so on. But as researchers, it's not the only thing that is changing the world. With the efficiency of equipment, precision, and so on, we were able to move further in the nanotechnology that we have today. So, with the changing technology, which is very fast, we have to contemplate for a while how do researchers help everybody, not just a group or top 20 institutes, whereby the beneficial towards combating COVID-19. Okay, next. This is just a picturesque video actually of how resonance frequency will affect microorganisms. Technically, it will break up the H2O molecules in the air and it becomes radicals, OH minus, H plus, and these radicals will basically attack the protein on the membrane of the virus, and within a split second, it will shatter the organisms away. And this is not only for viruses or bacteria, also for pathogens like or VOC. Okay, so next please. We're going to share with you 4 elements of technology here. One is what we call the application of this nanotechnology or fusion resonance towards energy saving. And the other is about the effect, how we can apply resonance frequency as an antimicrobial.
And this is where it come in during the COVID. And at the same time, we innovate together with Dr. Steve particularly, how we can create a green bubble, safe zone, and an added value of the work was it contributed towards health and wellness. Next, please. Right. First of all, the use of this technology is amazing in the sense it quantifies the whole effect. Everybody in physics, I'm pretty sure we read about anomalous Hall effect, whereby the presence of magnetic field will realign the electrons within a surface area. In this case, we use it on electricity cables, cable wires, and places or equipments which use electricity circuit. So what we did was basically Fusion came up with liquid, okay, which we embed with the resonance frequency plus few other additives, and we apply that on the appliances. Okay, next. Just a bit of Hall effect, it was basically in 1879, okay, but technically it was just a mere theory, okay, but the research on resonance frequency quantified that this theory works, okay, that is possible. Only now that we can see it tangible. Okay, next. These are just few clippings and just to convince everybody that it's nothing new, but it's basically a foundation of knowledge built up by Edwin Hall. Okay? Next. And you can imagine how many years it takes for us to quantify that theory. What happened to the use of the Hall effect on our technology is basically we produce it in a liquid form, okay, with few other adhesive and so on. So that liquid we apply on the main distribution board, as in the photo on our right hand side. And the liquid is painted on the cover, which schematically shown as a green layer. And it's a very small layer, you're talking about 2 to 3 mm at least. What it does is the liquid emits resonant frequency. Okay, let me repeat. The liquid, after you paste it on the wall of the cover, will emit resonance frequency, meaning it emits wave. So at the MCB or MCCB circuit, there's always EMF, okay, and there's always wastage, right? So in that sense, the resonant frequency reduces the wastage by ensuring that the flow out of AMI is lesser and lesser. And at the same time, it quantifies what the Hall effect is. Can we go to the next slide? Because electricity is a flow. Next slide, please. Yeah. Electricity is a flow of electrons, and electrons just haphazardly flow through the cables, and that produce heat. Okay. But what it does now with our technology is that it will realign the electrons. In order to understand it better, we try to show a photo of traffic. So when the traffic flow easily, so there's less and less collision amongst the electrons, and less heat is produced. So we realign the electron, at the same time we improve the conductivity, and of course the end result is the energy efficiency. So next. So what it does is, when we do this, can you just press a few times, because it will, yeah, can you press enter a few times? Press enter, please. Yeah, again, you just want to get this slide off, yeah. Again, one more time, and one more time. It's going to be strange, I don't control the slide. Next, press enter, okay. So, on the top is when we don't treat it, right? There's a loss of energy in red, but when we do the treatment on certain equipments along the circuit, then we are preserving that energy. So what we are trying to say is, with this resonant frequency, if 100% kilowatt comes in, the reduction, the loss of electricity is reduced, meaning it's optimized. The use of electricity is optimized. So there's no downtime necessary in the whole process. It's just applying the coatings, the solutions. Next. Enter, please. Yeah, we just apply that on appliances, okay, and on terminal boxes, on chillers. Next. And these are case studies which are done in Singapore, in Malaysia, and Thailand. So basically, for a building like that, when we do the treatment, we are looking at least 6 to 4.5% saving. Next. And for office air conditioning system, because most of the energy comes from the air condition, for another plant that we treated, we managed to secure at least 19% saving. Next. And in Malaysia, we did for a plant, cement plant, and we realized that we are able, by applying the coatings on certain equipments and electrical circuits, we are able to optimize the energy by 16%. And ironically, when the efficiency of the equipment increased, the company was able to increase their production at least 11%. This was not expected, but when we did this case study in West Malaysia, we realized the equipment efficiency also increased. Next. So this is the first element that we are trying to tell everybody, that the resonance frequency technology proved to be simple, effective, reliable. So by saving energy, mankind will save the world. In a sense, we will optimize our energy. Right, next. So the real thing comes in this aspect where the COVID comes in, okay, where we start to use the technology to protect mankind. Okay, next. So it's long lasting. Okay, after we do the coating, it's going to last long. Okay, and it's contactless killing. Okay, using resonance technology. The coating that we apply emits resonance frequency. Okay, I know it's something you might not be able to imagine, but it's nanotechnology. And secondly, it's water-based, so it's safe. And of course, we certify all the testings, and it's proven to kill pathogens. Okay, next, please. So what we produced was first nano-sized quantum resonance hybrid material. And this material doesn't contain only resonance frequency, but we put in the nano silver and the photocatalyst and nano ceramic, nano platinum, and these are elements that kills bacteria and so on. So it's all embedded. So this is when we first do our first project in 2018. Okay, next. Where we apply in a complex Islam in Miri, belonging to Tabung Baitul Mal Sarawak. So the room there were 2 levels, level 2 and 3 of the Sharia court, and it was infested with molds and fungus, such that the tenant cannot use the room because it's unhealthy. Okay, you can't breathe in a room that are full of molds and fungus. So the project come in and we apply our solutions, as you can see in the photos. Okay, next. And on the furnitures, all over the places, in the cupboards, wardrobe, you know, the clothing of the judge was fully full of fungus, you know, because it's just growing. So what we did was we just spray our solution. This solution, again, I have to mention, is a quantum ion nanotechnology solution, whereby you just spray a few it will emit the resonance, but now we bring in the property of killing viruses, molds, and fungus. Okay, next. So 1 year after the project, we came back to our client in 2019, and there was no recurrence. So we were very happy that it's a proof of concept. Unfortunately, at that time, the COVID came in. So with the COVID in 2020, our attention moved towards trying to save the world, trying to see how we reciprocate, how we respond to this pandemic, because it's unprecedented. Okay, next. So this is where the active nano comes in, where it is the world's first contactless antimicrobial coating and film technology. What we did was we used it in lighting. Okay, what fusion technology basically did a research how to use wavelength, LED wavelength, as a medium for the resonant frequency to travel. Okay, so can you press enter, please? So as everybody know, at that time, COVID was airborne. Okay, the moment we know more and more about COVID, then we realize it's airborne and it's all over the air that we breathe in and it spread quickly. So the idea came in that how is it that these airborne viruses can be killed by using resonant frequency? Okay, next. So we came up with the germinating resonance LED lighting, whereby we use the lighting as a medium which produce a wavelength, and we embed our coating and our film on it, and it travels through with the wavelength of the lights. So every space that the light comes in, it will kill the virus. And of course, we tested this with our colleague, Dr. Koya, from University Malaya. They are the Tropical Infectious Disease Research and Education Center at University Malaya. And we have proven that it kills the virus even using the light. Next. And of course, my team and I with Dr. Lee are awaiting progress of experimenting on the luminance of the light. Next. So we tested it. Everything that we do, we have to make sure it's certified and it's real. So we tested it and we proved that the use of this technology can help with the virus. So the germicidal resonance LED technology provides a green bubble space, meaning if you use the lighting, it will provide you the green bubble space for any premises against airborne viral spread at all times and at all conditions. Next. Then we move to the use of AHU. We realized that it's another element that we have to take care in a building setup. Next. Next, please. So what happened now is in a commercial center, in a hotel, and in a big premises office, then we need to cover all the people working 24/7 in the place. Next. So the AHU was particularly put into attention, but before I proceed to that, I would like to mention a bit on negative ion, because this technology, resonant frequency, emits the negative ions that is necessary for our living. You know, negative ion, if you go to the forest, it's a lot. You can use an ion meter and you can count the negative ion and the positive ions. So in the outdoor become lesser and lesser, in the open window home become lesser, in the industrial area become lesser. Most of it are positive ions which are not good for the body, which makes us lethargy. Okay. Similarly in the office setting. So ironically, this technology of resonant frequency emits negative ions into the working space. Can you press, please? Right. So what we did was the focus was on the AHU, and we spread our solution on the filters and on the spaces, because AHU is where the air come in and come out in the room. Next. So we managed to prove that we are releasing negative ion in a setting that uses our technology. The condition of the room is full of vibrance, and of course it's not justified properly, but the number of staff taking medical leave reduces with time. Because with the negative ion, it increases the energy and the mood, the freshness of the area. Next. So resonance frequency is really something that the whole world needs to explore. I mean, it's quite fundamental at the moment, and there's a lot of need for research into it, and verification and quantifying and so on. Right, next. So the whole working space, when it's full of the negative ions, at least it gives the environment which is healthy and wellness. Okay, next. So Next, yeah. So the world first conversion of AHU, and this is, I think the team did it very well, was to change the AHU into a big purifier, a purifier. And this became possible due to the advent of resonant frequency. And when we first did for the Bangunan Baitul Mal, when we just finished the job, we bring in one of our friends into the AHU chamber, and he is somebody who is very sensitive with the nose. Like if there is any dust or any problem, the nose will quickly become watery. And the moment he stepped in, he was surprised that he don't feel, he don't get infected by anything. He just clean air for him. So that is already evident for us. Okay, we need to pursue further on this research work. Okay, next. So as a conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues from UKI, what we're trying to say is, I mean, Industry 5.0, it doesn't mean that it's digital alone. It's just computer, internet. I mean, it could be the nanotechnology aspect of the work that we have to focus on. And because of that, it becomes possible with the science of resonant frequency for us to innovate products that should prepare mankind for any future pandemic. So in the setting of Industry 5.0, more researchers is needed in this area to understand better and to capitalize on this technology to our advantage. Just before I move from this slide, in Unimas, we have a Unimas Water Center. If you look at the bentuk air itu kan, it is our logo, Unimas Water Center. We are already making some progress towards advancing using the technology to quantify how it works in an agricultural setting, particularly horticulture or fertigation. I think that's the end of my talk, and I hope I kept to time, and thank you very much.
Excellent presentation from Professor Muhammad. Let's applaud to Professor Muhammad. I think this is the very interesting presentation because how nanotechnology apply to drive in the Industry 5.0 and combating future user resonance frequency technology. So I think now it is time for us into question and answer. And firstly, I give opportunity to maybe first term 5 people to submit their question. Please state the name, institution, and to whom question you address. I hope all participants more interest for this session, because I know now it's time to sleep. So maybe some more people not a good concentration. And maybe I will give ask to Professor Putuhena. I'm very interesting about the Semarang cascade system. So you present about how the Semarang cascade system to handle the flood, and as the pilot project to handle flood in the city. So how do you explain about that if in Jakarta, as we know, Jakarta now is the one of the city that many problem of floods. This is for Professor Putuhena. And for Professor Muhammad, I think your presentation is very interesting about nanotechnology. Produce many material that help people to many kind of benefit, also benefit of health and other things. So can you explain the apply in the next? Do you think this is the technology will be drive more another technology to help people to handle many problems in the world? I think this is a question for Professor Muhammad. Firstly, maybe Professor Putuhena will answer my question. Thank you. Professor Putuhena. Maybe something.
You can say he's our mentor, lah, okay? Prof. Ohana was our mentor. Anyway, I would like to answer Prof. Binandang's question. When digitalization comes in, a lot of focus was on IT, on computers, internet, and so on. And of course, the changes were just tremendous. It's rolled down was too fast, and people got excited, and they feel like this is the in thing coming to the world today, and a lot of comfort come in, and we left behind researchers on nano aspect. Technically, people don't talk about it anymore. Whereas nano was much earlier than digitalization, and it was able to bring advancement in our life. So I would like to thank my friend Dr. Suntoro for having me today in this ICoSAE, because it's an opportunity that for us to share with you. Sometimes we can focus on the digitalizations, but let's not forget what we are already building up for the past several years before digitalization, which is the nanotechnology. And I would like to invite our colleagues from Indonesia to embark on this research and further advance this thing. As we have proven to you, when the pandemic comes in, immediately we roll out a lot of products, a lot of technology that can be used to kill the viruses. And although it's not justified, but we knew that to some aspect, with the application of our technology, it saves some lives. So what I'm trying to say is, it does. Nanotechnology itself is not new, but because of the hoo-ha and the a wow factor that we get from digitalization, we technically put the element of nano research behind a little bit. So if we really focus on it, as have been proven, we can embed resonance frequency in particles, which is really, to me, is really amazing. I hope I answered your question. Would you like me to read the chat? Like, there's a question coming in. We really need more people in this line of research, because there's much more to learn, and pest control is also another element that we would be keen. If we know at what level the frequency of the mosquitoes of the pests are in, then we can compute our technology according to that frequency. At this moment, nano compound commercial. Yes, of course. It has to be rolled out quickly. The moment it's the moment we are able to work it out together with fusion technology, they patented the idea, and at the same time, commercializations come in. I think this is very natural. When people get to know about the technology, more business entities come in, and we do roll out a lot of products from there. We will be able to utilize other infrastructures as well. We haven't gone through that yet, but of course it's a matter of research, because our response was towards the pandemic, and now that the pandemic is over, we need to concentrate towards food, agriculture. But of course, if we can get a hand from our colleagues from Indonesia, why not? Why not? We can always go around and meet and discuss further. The area, the opportunities for research is not limited. It's just that not enough people are along this line of work. Because the whole world has been, terpegun dengan digitalization, and they thought that's the only way forward. Now, please excuse me, it's a matter of opinion.
Thank you, Prof. Muhammad, and thank you also, Prof. Putuhena. Any other one question more? If you have a question, one more, I think this is the last question. Oh, one more again from Lolom Evalitat to Prof. Ibrahim.
Yeah, there's also a question from Ronald. I know Ron. Yeah. Question is about opinion about the monitoring for mitigation. Yes, usually there's a evaluation and monitoring. So what I know is that we have to evaluate so that this is like a circle, a cycle, so that after disaster and do the mitigation, what's the result, and like a cycle, we do it as an input for next time. If we make a program for like past disaster management and then drought disaster management, of course we have to rely on this data from this evaluation and monitoring every event, whether it's climate disaster or drought disaster, and then based on that fact, then we can design or structural project and also reducing the cost of that approach. So we have to go both structural and non-structural approach. I think that's my answer for the front questions. I think that's the one from me. The other one is from
Okay. Okay. If it is not a question again, I think now time is over. And once again, thank you very much for Professor Putuhena and Professor Muhammad. And let's applaud for them. Yeah. I'd like to apologize if there are many mistakes from me as a moderator during this session. We hope you learned something today for this session, and I hope this sharing session is useful for you. Well, I am Pinondang Simanjuntak. That's all for me. Have a great rest of your day, and until next time, we'll see you again in another session. The next over to host Mr. Berto.
Thank you very much to Dr. Pinondang Simanjuntak as moderator, to the speakers, and for the participation of the members of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have the breakout room session. There are 4 breakout rooms, namely Civil Engineering Room, Mechanical Engineering Room, Electrical Engineering Room, and Architectural Room. Please see your name on the screen to know which room you are assigned to. For those whose names are not listed or assigned to a certain room, please feel free to join any room you prefer. We just want to make sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are moving on to the breakout room session. We have 4 breakout rooms, namely Civil Engineering, Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, and Architecture. Please once again see your name on the screen to know which room you are assigned to. And for those whose names are not listed or assigned to a certain room, Please feel free to join any room you prefer. And this is for day 1. Tomorrow we will still also have the breakout room session. Okay. As you have seen, and I hope that all of you have made sure that your names are on the list, or if not, like I said before, you can join any room you prefer. May I also remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that the closing of today's international conference will be done in each room, respectively. So that's all for today. We'll meet again tomorrow. Thank you so much, and have a nice breakout room session. God bless you. Bapak Ibu yang kami kasihi, seperti yang sudah kami sampaikan, ada 4 breakout room session yang Bapak Ibu bisa join sesuai dengan nama yang tertera di layar. Apabila Bapak Ibu tidak menemukan nama Bapak Ibu di layar, maka silakan pilih room mana saja yang Bapak Ibu rasa tertarik untuk bergabung. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't find your name on screen to be assigned to certain room, please feel free to choose any room you prefer. Silakan bergabung sesuai room yang diterima. Terima kasih.
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential
Keren juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat, dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris, jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Enggak lah. BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet,
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktifasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
keren juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, skui dokter di Fakultas Teknik UKI, kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor, and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Galah! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Taplus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan khitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nursiah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris, jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Galah! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
keren juga deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet,
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
Penasaran? Bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh.